Hello, hello. What's good, everybody? I'm just finishing up my coffee. We're going to be taking a look at Ableton 10.5. I mean, Ableton 11. I'm just kidding. Sorta. Yes, come back home to Ableton. Prodigal son will throw a party. Oh man, this might not be the stream for you because I'm getting ready to fucking rip this. I'm just kidding. Sort of. Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. My name is Alckemy. I am giving you guys an exclusive look at the never before seen Ableton Live Beta 11. Hey yo dog, you know that the beta's been out for like 3 months, right? What the fuck do you mean? No, it's not. This is the first time. Hey yeah, man, it's been out. Look, check the thing. Oh, fuck. Well, finally, Ableton decided to let me see what the fuck we're looking at. They finally got me into the beta program, so we're going to be looking at the good, the bad, the ugly, the fugly, and all those things. So yeah, if anybody has anything that they want me to take a look at, I feel like everybody that's in this stream right now has already seen everything that there is to see about Beta 11, and I've done a feature review, not a feature review, but I've done like an overlook of some of the things that it has to offer, and I think that like the coolest thing that I've seen so far is simpler. I mean, the coolest thing that I've seen so far are the new devices. Okay, so like we need to talk about this, man, because like there are some workflow issues that I have with this that they still have not fixed, that I just, maybe they'll fix it in the beta. Oh, and if anybody's wondering right now, I would say that M1 chip for Beta 11 is not optimized. So it's not terrible, but it's not optimized. It's a yo, dude. It is not, one more time, not optimized very well. So there's that. All right, let me finish my coffee. This isn't going to be like a 10-hour stream today. I just don't have the energy today, even though I'm drinking coffee. What's up? What's up, man? Nope. You must be talking about someone else. Can you show the new resonator? The new resonator? Yes, I can. I will. Just for you, B&E. Only for you. I'm just waiting for something to happen. Yo, so like, guys, I don't know if you knew this or not, but I recently started converting myself to EDM. And here are some really amazing chords that we're going to show today. Oh wait, I need to turn this off. Okay, so yeah, man, like, what do you really give me your honest opinion? Okay, like I worked all day on this. Are you guys ready? Like I figured out what a triad was, and it was amazing. It was amazing. It was amazing. A triad. Can you believe it? Yeah, don't ask. Don't ask why. I did also this cool little kind of like Eastern melody. But that's not why you guys are here. You guys are here for the EDM 4-floor 120 kick. Right? Totally. All right, sorry. Okay, so I have to be honest. That's not... Bro, fun fact, add a 7th and you are now producing in the genre of jazz. People will think that you're big brain. Bro... What if I told you that I was already there? Yo! IQ 200. Hi, Blast. He's poking his wet nose at my arm and it's like freezing. Hi, everybody. How are you guys today? First of all, I've got a few people in the chat, so thank you all so much for being here, for one. Please excuse the sarcasm. I am going to be brutally honest about today's review-ish because I'm Okay, I'm not gonna rip it apart yet, but we'll talk about some things that are good, that are bad. But yeah, I hope that you guys are doing well. Thank you guys again so much for the 7K subs. I really appreciate that. We're working on our way to 10, and once we hit 10, we're still doing that giveaway. I think I'm gonna do some more giveaways along the way just to kind of keep on pushing that. I'll probably be giving out some sample packs and stuff just to say thanks. So, damn, I hope they will support cord extensions in the next update. I'm interested in what you don't like about Ableton, actually. We're going to talk about it. All right, so Bitwig spoiled the hell out of me is really what this is. So, first of all, let's go ahead and talk about some of the new devices because some of them are actually really sick. And I think that is honestly the biggest update with Ableton is the spectral resonator, the spectral time, the hybrid reverb sounds great. Was there something else? A couple of other things. Switch to FL Studio, please. Bro, I tried FL Studio. It drove me crazy. All right, so let's go ahead and actually just kind of talk about what I've started doing. I actually don't mind these chords. The sound is actually interesting to me, which is kind of why that kind of... Hey, Trader. What was that thing in the trailer about with the bouncing balls? I remember seeing that. What are we talking about now? That sounds like something completely different. All right. So yeah. Okay. So let's over here on the left. One thing that I actually do like is that in the 11. Oh, I don't even know. One thing that I do like is that they've kind of reformatted this stuff. So like your modulators are like right up front now. Why they aren't attached to your device and you still have to move them over here and have them on the chain is, you see how big my mouse is? That reflects my frustration. But even still, that's okay, because you can still get some cool stuff when you turn it on. People were joking that it's a future-ridden device. Oh, I'm not sure. Bro, just use Max. Listen, those are two different things. We're talking about Live 11. Yo, what up, Musar? Long time no see, man. That's partly my fault. I should be stepping into your stream soon. Hey, everybody, Musar is here. If you guys didn't know, he streams over on twitch.tv, and he's a really awesome guy. He's really big on teaching and being educational. And so you're going to go back? No. I love the spectral stuff on Live 11. So yeah, go give him a follow. I think that he just picked up streaming recently again. So go say hello. Ask him all the questions that you may or may not have. I am not educated and on top of my game on Live 11 right now. So I might be asking you guys questions. But I'm just going to be here to talk smack about, to review and tell you how much I love Ableton Live 11. Well, you can use Max devices like Envelope and LFO in the chain is what I meant. I didn't mean use Max as your DAW. I laughed my ass off. Well, that's the problem, though, is because right here, like, you have to have these on giveaway. What? Apparently it's called bouncy notes. Okay, I'll look it up in a second. But yeah, I don't like that you have to have your modulators on the device chain. It should be linked to your devices. Again, Bitwig spoilage. I'm sorry. It's just, that's what it is. So, we've got a green delay on this that's just kind of doing what it wants. Yay. And then we've got some distortion. And then we've got our spectral resonator, and I am still kind of learning about what this does, but it is what it says it is. It's spectral resonator. So it's kind of cool that it's got 3 different modes and you can get some interesting tonalities out of it. I do like that you can set a frequency to this and then kind of change it into these things. You've got a lot of different harmonics up to 256 that you can introduce. So like if we were to just turn this all the way up, it will totally sound completely different. Ableton success. I don't know why I care. It just looked funny. Bitwig. How do I enter the giveaway? We have to get to 10K subscribers. We're currently at 7,000. So it's a work in progress. So this is kind of cool because you can control this and... It's really sick for creating drones. And by using some of this stuff, like in conjunction, like I don't have any modulators set up to it, but I can see some really cool, interesting tonalities that you can kind of pull from this just by switching all these things up and then combining them with some of the other things that you have. And yeah, are you going to go back to Ableton because of version 11 or some other reason? Guys, read the title. Read the title. Yeah. So next up, we've got an EQ, actually two of them, and then we need these LFOs to turn on. So we've got some kind of random filtering that we're doing. That kind of sounds like this. Plot twist, he is switching to Ableton. No, just give me like 20 minutes and I'm going to start telling you all my problems with it. Bitwig too strong? Yeah, it really is. Okay, so the spectral time thing, I have no idea what this is. It's some kind of cool like delay that's spectral, I guess I want to say. But you can end up getting some really interesting things out of this too. So I really like that there's a spectrogram on here. Kind of get some R2D2 sounds. And then we've also got an echo that's doing some stuff with that LFO. You'll see here that we're just introducing a little bit of delay. And then we've also got the hybrid reverb. This is honestly, guys, this is probably the coolest thing about Ableton 11. I think that the convolution reverb in conjunction with the, I guess, regular reverb, it just sounds great. Take a listen. We actually don't need 3 of those. That was for memes. Where was that? Oh, here it is. Okay, so really I was just kind of building something up on this that I thought sounded cool. So if we turn this off, I don't remember what the combination was. It was something though. Yeah, we went from like cheesy EDM to kind of actually turning this into some kind of like dark techno thing. Damn. Catchy loop. Anyways, that's kind of why all that stuff was there. And this is not the kind of music that I make, but it is kind of comical to do. It is kind of comical to just kind of do something like this. So essentially, I think that I was just trying to turn this into like a funny neurobass, and I got halfway through with this stuff. So if I were to turn off the spectral time, the hybrid reverb, the echo, pull the grain delay over on this side, maybe. Something like that. Truffles. Then let me see what this is now. Live is so fat, even with the M1 MBP, you have the CPU reaching 50%. Those EQ bands are so indecisive. Wait, are we making color bass yet? I'm sorry. Oh my God. Okay, let me turn all this stuff off. What's color bass? Exactly. Okay, so number one problem that I have with this is that we still have to do all this shit. Yeah, that was pretty quick. Yeah, that's annoying. Second thing we need to talk about, why is this not a feature yet? Why can I not highlight all of these and move them all together? Or why can I not apply fades to all of these at the same time? That makes no sense. Come on. Ableton. Why? 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 That makes no sense to me. That's like, there's also no slice in place. So if you've got something, then you can't, you know, if you want to cut something up, you literally have to individually like hold command. Oi. Hold shift. Sorry. Nope, you can't even do that. Wait, command? Nope, you can't even do that individually. Control J, then duplicate? No, that's the problem. That's the issue. Is like, again, I'm so spoiled with Bitwig. Like the audio workflow in this is just okay. Second thing that still drives me bonkers is why can I not choose the play time from here? So like this is completely independent of this, and so like if I'm working in this audio piece, I should be able to get this to play on the audio head somehow, but you can't. You can stretch, you can manipulate, but you cannot get this to play. Like why? That makes no sense. Did they fix this? Does anybody know? Did they fix the pitch bend issue? Audio editing in Ableton is still a pan. Yes. Yes, it is still a pan. Did they fix the pitch bend glitch that's been around since like what, Ableton 9? I just prefer it as the line to having it shaded in. Wait. Color bass is when the bass plays a note. I don't know. Okay, well, let's find out. That would be in MIDI, though. So let's go into MIDI, and let's grab analog. I promise, guys, this isn't like a let's shit on Ableton video. I do like Ableton. I do. But some things just drive me crazy about this. Oh, look, it plays a note. That's an F. I could not... Before I started stream, I could not figure out how to get the scale thing to work. So if anybody knows, then that would be nice. Okay, so this is another thing. Like, hold on, let me double check. You can't stretch this clip out normally. It's just you have to. Why? Why? There's nothing that you can do with this clip to push this over. Blah, stop it. I'm busy. I'm trying to impress my friends on the internet. Leave me alone. Yeah, but you can't extend this clip, or you can't stretch this clip. There's nothing you can do. So you literally have to drag this out and hit Command J to do that, and then you got to go back and then correct this. And it's like, okay, well, it's not that big of a deal, but like these little workflow things are the things that I'm talking about. These are the reasons why. Okay, even still, even if you have to uncheck the loop, right? That's still an extra click. I know. Well, you could just uncheck the loop, or I could just have a keyboard shortcut. Hey, whatever, man. I could just have a keyboard shortcut and then have that unlock. But no, I can't. I have to do something else. Don't get me started on comping. Actually, comping is not that bad in this now. We'll take a look at that in a second. Okay, so what else was I talking about? All right, this is okay, I guess. I don't. It's kind of whatever. It works, I guess. The MPE functionality on this, it is kind of clunky the way that all of this is kind of presented, though. The way that this is laid out. And I still haven't figured out how to get into the scale mode. So what made you want to switch? Melodica, I'm not switching. I just want to be able to move clips on the timeline with the arrow keys in Bitwig. You can't do that? You can't nudge? Wait, what? Oh, in Bitwig. Sorry, Skylar. I was like, what? You can. Yeah, you can nudge. There's keyboard shortcuts for that. They just might not be pre-mapped. Go check it. I promise there's a way to do that. What? I know. So yeah, that's something that bothers me about this. There's also this ugly shit. Fuck. Okay. I do like this. This is something that I wish that Bitwig would adopt. This is great. This is really nice. This is... why? LOL, you can turn off the loop button. Jack, are you live? Just wondering. Just wondering, because we kind of moved on. Then you can stretch... Yeah, but but you can't stretch the MIDI. You can just pull the clip out. That's what I'm saying. So even if you pull even if you pull the loop out, you don't stretch the MIDI. You don't stretch the MIDI, you just pull the clip. So you still have to go down here and go into an extra thing and go to like, what is it, legato. There's a way to deactivate that. Wait, deactivate what? Bro, you're just a hater? Dude, no, that's not true. That's not true. I love Ableton. I do. There's a ton of good things to love about this DAW. I'm just like, I'm comparing it. That's what I'm doing. I probably should have put that in the title of that. I'm judging Ableton based off of Bitwig Studio. Sorry, allergies. So yeah, this is okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, even if you turn the looping off, that's still a problem because you still can't stretch the MIDI. You can only pull the audio clip out or the other clip. Live enhancement suite, so it gets a lot of these annoyances too if anyone isn't hip to it. Deleted message, that wasn't me. I didn't delete it. I think Praveen retracted it. Okay, so that does bring up a good point, right? Okay, so like the live extension is, holy shit, I almost just like destroyed my desk. The live extension is a viable thing, but a lot of people don't know about it. And a lot of the complaints I have actually are from the lack of the things that live extension has. Control drag, command, nope. Shift drag, nope. Option drag, nope. Command shift option drag, nope. Command shift option alt drag, nope. So negative. Yeah. Brackets, those are my keyboard shortcuts for it. Nope. Okay, so let's move on from that though, guys. It's fine. If anybody does have a shortcut for that, like, hold on. The thing that I want you guys to know as well, that if I make a complaint and I'm wrong about it, like I'll admit it, okay? But I have yet to see like the things that bother me, I have yet to see a fix for. So this is a learning experience. Able to know Toblerone, as I like to call it. This is a learning experience for all of us, so I'm not sitting here saying that I know everything. Sorry, I'm at work, so I'm all over the place. You're okay. You best not disrespect my baby. You should check the beginning of the video. No, I'm kidding. There's nothing yet. So that is something that bothers me. The MPE stuff is okay. How do I get into the scale? Can somebody help me out here? So like if I wanted to pull up the cool little scale-a-majig looking thing, just your volunteer Ableton tech support here to help. Sure, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. What do you got? Yeah, here it is right here. But what are the conditions for me to actually have to enable something like this? Hey! Scale, scale, scale. Fold. Fold his ass. Scale. Is that a bug? Ayo. All right, well, I'll wait for you guys to answer. We'll come back to that here in a second. So the other thing is kind of the tritone. Click the scale button on the left. I did. Oh, this left. Oh, okay, there we go. All right, all right. See, now we're in business. What the fuck is this? Or unfold. Okay. C major. Okay, this is great. This is really cool. I can appreciate this, even though I would only ever use it for this. Excuse me. You know, because like this is the only scale that everybody ever makes music in whatsoever anymore. So there's that. So that's really important. And you know, everybody needs to know this scale. But this is cool. I can appreciate this. And this is something that I think other DAWs, including Bitwig, can learn from, because I would say that the weakest thing about Bitwig is that the MIDI editor is absolute trash. Is it absolute trash? Yes, it is. It's got a couple of cool things. Okay, grooves. Grooves are a complaint. Some people like them, some people don't, me being the latter. I don't like the groove thing. Like, why can't I just add swing? Or why do I not have like beat divisions and things other than triplets? Wait, hold on. Okay, so you've got a triplet grid, but why isn't there anything else above that? Or why do I have to come in and try to assign this groove to like Ableton MIDI is any better? Yep, I agree. I never use the grooves for anything. Nah, hello. I like the grooves for exponential stuff like Mr. Bill style, but you can just use a sampler for that. Like, that's so much easier. Okay, which brings me to my next thing. Why is there no granular synth still in Ableton? Like, it's a Max for Live device. Like, there should be a native granular synth in Ableton. How am I liking the beta? I don't know. How could you tell by my tone of voice? There's still no granular synth in here, other than Granulator 2, and that's a buggy mess. At least it was even on Ableton by Eason. FL and Cubase have the best MIDI editors. FL is not on the level of any DAW. Why would you need one when there's Quanta? Because I have to pay for it. Ableton depends on Macs for their modern devices. Some of them, I think that, like, no, yes and no. This chat is great right now. I'm having so much fun. Yeah, I mean, you know, this DAW is like 20 years old and it doesn't, you know, no knife or scissor tool. Yeah, there's no slice tool. Can you perform in Bitwig like Ableton? It might have one advantage over. Yeah. Wait, what? You mean in the session view? Yeah, this is where it all started. This is the live thing. Speaking of, it's still over 2 tabs. Why is it still over 2 tabs? Come on. Combine it together. This is such a big window. Just fucking move it over. Look, create a little thing like that. There you go. Fit a window right there. Try LES. What is that? It'll make your life easier. No one can pay it. Reason plus Bitwig. Yikes. Are you doing pro, cons, or cons and pros? Was the pros list that short? This is really unorganized. I'm just kind of diving through this and talking to chat. Crack it. Unless if you're talking about a pistachio, I pay for my plugins. I pay for my plugins. The boom boom back home, the boom duka back home, the boom duka back home. But pay for your plugins. The boom boom back home, the boom duka back home, the boom duka back home. Pay for your plugins. Support the devs. It was a JK. Well, you said it. So, swag. Stability is the most important thing in a DAW IMO, so Ableton beats Bitwig for me. Cubics, we should have a chat about stability because it's backwards. Bitwig almost... Oh, hold on. If Bitwig is not in beta, it never crashes on me. If Bitwig is in beta, it's scary. If Ableton is in beta, it's usually more stable. but if Ableton isn't stable, it usually crashes on me. Exactly. You have sandboxing plugins, which not a lot of people take advantage of. But okay, and the other thing too is like freezing tracks. Like there should be something to where you can just deactivate the track. Not crashing, just random UX user interface bugs. I don't really know of those, to be honest. What bugs are you talking about? Did you see that tool Vorso made and was able to find out what plugin crashed Ableton? It's a good tool, but I thought it was funny since it's so easy in Bitwig. Stableton? Nah, bro, I got that Windows Notator logic. Did you guys know that you can make like pretty much anything in like Notepad or something? Wasn't there something to do with that, or Microsoft Paint, or I don't know. I read it on the internet, so it must be true. Nah, bro, I got that Windows XP Notator logic. Okay, so let's talk about some of the other... What's the other new stuff? So we've got the scale function. We've got these new devices, which I'll do some sound design in this here in a bit, outside of what I just did. Yeah, I've heard that. It's Notepad. Okay, cool. I'm not crazy. Hey, what up? MPE, right. We do have MPE. I don't have an MPE controller. Well, I do technically, but it's also technically broken, quote unquote. So we're not going to look at that. But to get to your MPE controls, let's say if you're just doing it here, then you would have this thing. Oh, probability. That's another thing we could take a look at. So come out of this, and then if you click over here, you've got your MPE controls. It's just, they're all kind of laid out like this. I feel like it's missing one. Slide, pressure, velocity, aftertouch. What's the other one? Isn't there a fifth? Pitch? Is it? Pan? No. 16 macros plus randomize? Okay, yeah, we'll take a look at that in a second. No one beats Cakewalk. What's the other one? The LMMS, Let's Make Music Studio, or Let's Make something. Yeah, the randomize function on here is kind of cool. So like if you've got some kind of ARP or something, and then you got to kind of, wait, let me get out of this shit. This is still clunky. Can I fucking, why is it so big? Can I move this? No, I want that to go away. Okay, well that just fucking, okay, that's better. Yikes. All right. Look at that chord. So if I've got this and randomize, I guess that will kind of do something like that. But if you have these kind of staggered, I guess, then you should be able to randomize these, right? Or kind of change some of the stuff about them. No, you can just only randomize the velocity is what that looks like. And it also looks like, let me see. Okay, so that's what that does. There's a probability thing though, isn't there? Probability, like with the notes, or is that strictly regarded to arpeggiator? Cakewalk is good actually. The only bad thing is it has no instruments and their effects are very outdated, but it has some good stuff. Reaper is noise, no, and audio effect racks. Wait, what? That's not good. Hello from Italy. Hi, Lorenzo. Use device randomizer and map macros for amazing results. What? All right, so according to somebody, oh, hardcore, you can impart probability on velocity, maybe the pitch. I haven't messed with that feature much though. I'm pretty sure a new company would come out for digital signal processing for Bitwig. Wait, what? Okay, so get the fuck out of there. What were we looking at? So we need a MIDI thing, which random, right? But how do we assign? No. Nope. We'll group this and we'll hit random. All right. I guess like you can only map certain things. Did you guys know that in Bitwig, this will automatically do this for you? Wait, what? There we go. All right. So I guess you can have more now. Where do I go to do that? New macro variations, variation 1. Okay, so you've got your macro snapshots, which is kind of cool. So you kind of just do this like that, and then you go snapshot, and then you go new. And then if you wanted it to be something else, you can snapshot behind that. That's actually really cool. You go, wait, to this one. You go snapshot, boom. So if I want to go back to this one, I go hit there. If I want to go this one, I go hit there. That's pretty sick. I like that, I guess. I don't really work with macros, to be honest. But if you want more, then you can go here with the plus button. Although, like, what do I need 16 macros for? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus 9 is 42. MIDI polyphonic expression. Now tap random. I tapped random. Pro Tracker, best all. I don't know. What do you need all that headroom for? I personally don't. That's why I throw a limiter at everything and then throw that through compression. Is this making any noise? No. I need noise. Nope. Nope. Cool. Okay, what, like, why is all of this turned down by -12 too? What? Why is this -18? No, this one. At the very least here, like -6, but -18. Okay, yeah, whatever. I guess there is that. Yes, beautiful. Then just put a limiter on your macros. minus 18, the magic number. I can route 16 channels, no problem. You actually want to hear your synths? Minus 24 for me? Why? What is the point? At that point, you're just imagining sound. I thought it was always minus 12. It is, but I still have a problem with that. Like, why? Noise. Why is it minus, like, the amount of gain staging is excessive. Excessive on that. Dope, dope, dope. That is cool, though. Dope, dope, dope. Dope, dope, dope. Does anybody know what song that's from? Please. Yeah, so I do still miss the biggest thing that I miss, make some yoi yoi. We need a square for that, don't we? I'm not interested in doing that, to be honest. There are some dope things about live. If Max for Live was more stable, I'd probably be using it more. Yeah, I think like Max for Live is great, and I've talked about that on my review of Bitwig. Is that like compared to the Grid, Max for Live is a freaking monster. It can do anything, and you can like, it's amazing because like you can create interfaces and stuff and like pretty much make whatever you want, provided that you have the knowledge to do so, of course. But the problem with it is that Max for Live or pure data, I don't know what that is, to be honest. I stop right above the noise floor. Don't need no numbers to hear how to gain stage. Yeah, exactly. Grid's just way faster and easier to use. It is more streamlined. It is more streamlined, and it's a lot easier to kind of put together in that way, but that in itself makes it really powerful, right? Pure data is cool, but it doesn't build in anything. I'm not sure what Max MSP has that pure data does not. It's amazing, but then I end up spending too much time in Max for Live and still never finish tracks, which is the ultimate goal, right? Well, for me anyways. If you aren't using pure data, you aren't making electronic music. Shit. What are you talking about? All right. The biggest things that I still miss from... Oh, yeah. I have another problem. I forgot. This is another issue that I have. Or maybe, like I said before, I'm just spoiled. So in order to use a MIDI device that's like third party and to get this to work and talk to each other, like you have to create an external MIDI instrument on this. And hold on. Like this is just, it should have MIDI through, long story short. Do I have Cthulhu? Or Cthulhu? I don't have Cthulhu. I don't have any... Gatekeeper. So if I were to sidechain with this, I have to go over here and grab an external MIDI instrument, I believe. MIDI effect, right? Audio effect. Is it MIDI effect rack? I don't remember what this is. It's something. Audio effect, external instrument, something, utilities. External, this one? No, that's an external audio effect. What is it? Is it external MIDI? You say you miss this stuff. Are you leaving Bitwig? No. Absolutely not. Just type it. I don't remember what it is though. External. See, because that's only in utilities though. What's the thing I need, guys? Who remembers? Bro, I heard about this one guy that tried using uncut data. The one thing that sucks is you can use the MIDI out from the channel. The thing that sucks... Wait, what? Yeah, so anyways, it's in the instruments folder. Oh, okay, thanks. External instrument. So you have to use what? An external instrument on this. And then you have to go to MIDI to external instrument or something else in order to get these things to work. Did the audio cut? No. I'm still speaking. Hello, hello. So yeah, long story short, if you wanted this to work on, if you wanted this to work in, let's say, something like Bitwig, you literally just grab this and drop it right there, and it will work. I was confused because you suddenly stopped talking. It's almost as dangerous as pure data. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Anyways, so yeah, those are some other things that just bother me, that's not there. There's a lot of audio problems or a lot of audio workflow issues that I find that is just not as efficient in Ableton. I do miss the saturator. I do miss the built-in glue compressor. What the fuck is pure data? Yeah, exactly. I was saying the same thing. The distortion units, the audio effects are still great. Like, does any other DAW have a dynamic, a tube distortion? Oh, okay. I don't think so. The tube. And again, and again. Erosion is just a ring mod. That's all it is, good sir. Which you would never guess. Okay, alright, dogs. Jesus Christ. Sorry about that. Hold on one second. Okay. So yeah, it's just a ring mod. If you go to plugins and you bring up a ring mod from kilohearts ring mod, it's actually the same thing. So you just go to the modulator and then you go to like low pass noise or something like that. And you can get a very similar sound. The interface of this is different though, and that's kind of why it throws everybody off, but that's pretty much the same thing. Just get an electron heat, call it a day. Yeah. Let's see. The other thing let me see. There is one more thing that I think that bothers me about this is like when you start doing too much heavy filtering and stuff, especially with these, the circuits of these are really like, they give you that kind of type sound if you are doing too much heavy filtering. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Let me see if I can make it happen. Let's make it happen, Captain. Multiband. Good old trusty O-Tizzle. And then we'll throw a glue compressor. Maybe we need some saturation to kind of help push this too. I mean, you do have to push it pretty far, but I mean, most of us are kind of used to doing that kind of stuff. Okay, let me see if I can get this to interact on this way. Noise. Let me grab some more EQ and filters. I think this will help. I'm just going to have a bunch of notches like this and change the amount here and go to Okay, let's do another one. It'll happen. I just heard it not too long ago. Maybe they fixed it, which would be nice, but you end up getting this like ringing sound through this, and that just drives me crazy. There's YouTube video compared. Wait, sorry, I messed up. Love Ableton, but yeah, I wish they would let you play the clip wherever you select. Yes, exactly. I love how fast the Ableton EQ and automation responds to my mouse. The Bitwig devices are a bit slower feeling. I just put 15 OTTs on it and call it a day. Bitwig EQ Plus is very nice, but I hate automating it with it because it gets laggy for some reason. If you're doing more than just normal dynamic EQ stuff, I don't know. I think that I kind of like both, actually. One thing that I really like about Ableton's EQ is, that's a shelf. Yikes. Hold on. One thing that I really like is that it has this scale feature right here. And this is a great way to kind of get some interesting results. And so like if all of these are moving together at some point, then you can kind of move them over in that way. Yeah, the auto filter on this is also great. The more filter, that's kind of strange that even as long as this has been out, no other DAW still has kind of done this, and that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, but you know, whatever, it is cool. It's cool. Noise. Let's go ahead and grab a modulator on that. We're just making total trash right now, by the way, so like try not to cringe too much. One. There we go. JK, I love you. Bye. Map scale to a macro, then drop device randomizer. Okay, you've already given me that advice before. Like the one in doesn't Logic have an auto filter? This sounds like those beer and Taco Bell nights. What was that original sound? Bye. Hi. This sounds like a rave recorded in a phone. JK, I love you. Dude, that's fine. Yo, we in here. What up, good multimedia? How are you guys? It's 5 a.m. at India. Actually, if you put 15 OTT on a track with 0 amount, you will obtain an all-pass filter. Why is everybody trying to educate me right now? Like, all right, this is turning into Ableton teaches. Tell me what to do. I don't care. Isn't it fun? Ain't it fun? Is there a modulator that you can use to kind of pseudo? Is there like a pseudo pitch wheel or mod wheel on here? Switching back to Ableton from nothing. Don't educate the teacher. No, I'm all about learning, but it's just like, come on, guys. That's from which software you switched to Ableton. I'm not switching to Ableton. That's the thing. Read the title. Read the title. I love when people tell me what to do right after they've already done it. Oh. It's fine. It's fine. That's kind of what it is. So yeah, let's actually build something that might actually be interesting. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new track and unfreeze these things like this. How do I do that? Unfreeze. There we go. All right, I'm going to take this by like 8 bars. Let's create a new track. And then let's actually record this out. Okay, that will probably end up being pretty cool. So let's grab Streamlabs is doing spam. Sorry. Ableton's piano roll is the worst. Jesus out a limiter. There's a limiter on the master. Totally fine. We need a simpler. I don't know if Jack is still here, but he's actually data as well. Congrats on the 7K, but thanks, Hakubo. Yo, if you guys don't follow Hakubo, go follow Hakubo. Why would you not? Through. Wait, trigger gate. I think mono through. And then slice by manual. No, let's do region. And then let's do like... and then let's set this to warp. Set this to texture mode. Hello? That drives me crazy. Nothing is playing. Why is nothing playing? Am I launching a clip or not? What is going on? Did I break it? Bruh. Did I break it? I think I broke it. Nice licking sausage. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, that's pretty sick. Now we need an O tizzle. Dynamics. OTT. This is so quiet. Triggering too low or too high. It seems that way. Hi, BK. Welcome back. Ableton looks so complicated. It's really not. I think that Ableton and Bitwig is actually probably the easiest DAWs to learn. I know that that's going to trigger somebody. But... okay, this is actually pretty cool, but it's still like not quite as... Is it me or does this still sound really quiet though? Still sounds really quiet to me. Has some really dope stuff. Edison and SliceX look amazing. I'm certified in Cubase, getting into FL now. I think FL is very underrated. Hey, are you also from Canada? Needs OTT D&D as sausage fattener, masking frequencies. It could be. I don't. No, I don't think so because the playback is only at 1. So. Might just be me. I think FL is very overrated. Well, it depends. Like, I think it depends on who's coming from it. You know, like if it's from somebody that makes like trap, then I do think it's overrated. If it's somebody that's into stuff like this, then I do think that it's underrated. Oh yeah, seems fine. Just not very much highs, which is making it sound quieter. That could be it. What I can also do is. I'm not doing anything. I don't know why it's doing that. It died. It's still going. Make it stop! It wouldn't stop. I think it's still going too. Oh no, we're okay. That must be a bug. Sounds cool though. Hi Alexis. Fun fact, to be a mixing engineer for a label, you need to be a Pro Tools certified and have an actual document stating so. Raffle just got here. Banger. Lol. I disagree, but whatever. So yeah, let's throw some of this stuff into some of the new stuff that we've got. So let's try the spectral time first, and maybe just kind of try this on like one thing at a time. Hello. Okay, there we go. Wow. Yeah. I agree. Like I said before, I think that the Live 11 stuff, the best things about Live 11 are the new modules, in my opinion. I don't know English, Elo. Draw your face in the spectral analyzer. Like, can you do that? Can I draw on that? Is that possible? No, it's not. It's not possible. But that would be cool. The hybrid reverb is probably my favorite thing. That's just a badass thing. Man, that sounds ethereal. Okay, let's switch this to something here, and then let's give this a try. So, I mean, like, I do think that this stuff is cool, but it kind of all caters to the same kind of sound, though, right? To just drones. So if you're really into drones, then Ableton Live, the DAW. I don't know about that, but it is cool. I mean, if you have something also kind of like maybe a grain delay or something, you can get something else interesting, right? So if you really into drones, $19 unfiltered audio spec ops. Whale tutorial coming soon to a theater near you. Have you ever tried Alckemy? Have you ever tried Alckemy on weed? What? FX was able to use a photo and somehow convert it into sound so it appears in the spectrum looking all evil like. Yeah, I've actually seen some other people do. Actually, go look at Frequent somehow pulled that off, and that was pretty amazing. Photo sounder. You mean $99 for Spec Ops? So yeah, this is cool because it is a resonator, but it has like some. It's like a granular resonator, I guess, in one way or another. So like having a group of this would be kind of pretty cool, I think. Ooh, that's pretty nice. Phoenician Snares has a picture of his cat. Wow. Hey, Clerk.
On a foggy night, when the moon is full and the clouds appear as ominous, a little town not far from Transylvania will purge into darkness. For every 100 years, Dracula will return from his grave. This summer, the scariest movie of your life will make you shit your pants. Welcome to Abletonia. Coming in theaters never. Rated R. And 18 and over. Must have valid ID whenever you grab the ticket.
I've got Venom. I'm just obsessed with mini-tune resonators. Venom is a cool thingy, especially for the price. Isn't that by WA Audio, I want to say? Yeah. Yeah, so the spectral resonator is cool. The hybrid reverb is probably my favorite thing of the update. Let's see, what else is new? What else I'm going to do? Phaser flanger, that's pretty sick. And chorus / ensemble, that's also pretty sick. There was something else I don't remember. Filter delay, spectral time. There we go.
The dark side of Ableton
LOQ stands for laugh out quiet.
Are you ready?
There goes that buzzing sound. Bruh. OTT, why? Let it go. It shouldn't be. See, now it's working fine. Oh no, TT. I don't know how to say that in a funny way. Welcome to the otter side. Yeah, I mean, like I said, for drones, like, it does exactly what you'd expect. So, it is really cool in that way. I guess it's also kind of cool that this is MPE viable, but I still don't get, like, why can you still not modulate the grain size? Oh, right, modulator, duh. Why can you still not modulate the grain size of this? That just makes no sense. Why? Ableton, you drive me crazy. Another one. What are you talking about? Auto and what not? It's Ableton or not Ableton. Yeah, that really bugs me too. Use device randomizer. Hardcore. Like, even with the device randomizer, you still can't randomize this. I use this a ton. I don't know if you're new to my channel or not, but I'm like the epitome of modulators and randomization. Grain size clip automation should be full range, not in percentages. Yeah, I agree. Get good, LOL. That's not what I'm trying to say. It's more just like it's cool, dog. It is cool, man. Yeah, it drives me crazy though. Like these are like, this is something that could turn this tool into something like incredible. I mean, it already is incredible, but just make the weird sounds on Ableton and then process them on Bitwig. Yeah, I guess I could do that, but that's a lot of work. Hey, how's it going, dude? Still dope. Hello, by the way. Hey, Art. Wow. If you use the CC map thing, can you map the grain size? No, you can't. Yeah, if you... Wait, can you? I don't think that you can. No, you can't. This is non-modular whatsoever. Device randomizer is a max for live device, broski. Yeah, I don't have max for live on this. Maybe that's why I was looking for it. Yeah, I don't actually have... I do on Ableton Live 10, but I don't have Max for Live installed on this. But even still, you can't use it on the grain size because the grain size in itself is non-modular. So, like, you're pretty much stuck to... what is it? Pretty much stuck to this cute little thing. And you just randomize that, and that way... That's kind of how I'm used to doing modulation on this, and that way. Bro, I'm a beginner, and this joint is confusing on Ableton 10 Lite, though. The joint is confusing. Couldn't you just create a new audio channel, start recording, and then move the grain size? Yeah, you can, definitely, but I don't want to. I'd rather just like let it play, and then or do all that stuff. That's another manual thing, because like the thing is like. And the reason why I choose to do so many random modulation things is because that's one less knob that I have to turn whenever I'm I can't see myself. Give me 30 minutes of your time. I will convert you to Bitwig. I swear. I don't swear, because I don't know. I can't control your mind. But give me 30 minutes of your time to brag about Bitwig, and you will see why Bitwig is such a monster compared. Laugh my ass off, please. Is there anything else that anybody... Don't do this. Is there anything else that anybody wanted me to look at on this that you guys thought was interesting? Because, I mean, it's cool. No one beats Caustic 3. Yeah, just code. Couldn't you just code your own DAW in C++ and give you the ability to modulate grain size? I mean, I could, but... You know, that would take like 20 years. Have you heard about Maniga? No, I haven't. What is that? Maybe if I had said it in a different way, you might have caught me. But nice try. Try Live Enhancement Suite. It's free for Ableton. I know of the Live Enhancement Suite. Never read something that starts with... Dude, I didn't say it in that way. But Live Sampler is Bay? No. No, it is not. It's okay. I mean, if you're really into the FM aspect of it, that you can do some basic FM, which I don't really get why you can't make your own FM. Have they changed these? Nope, it's still the same ones. I wish Live had the plug-in sandboxing that Bitwig has. I wish that Live was Bitwig, unless they already did it in 11. No, they didn't. I didn't. But you should be able to make like your own why? Honestly, I think that they should combine operator with sampler and make... Did I say operator? Yeah, operator should have just the ability to like right click or something and then go into a sample. Let's just mix all DAWs and live in peace. Well, I mean, that's kind of what this is about though, right? On paper, like, you're absolutely right. Yes. Yo, Gabor, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really appreciate it. I want a patcher / the grit.
Soul Steel!
You can adjust grain in the clip. Yeah, you can. Thank you again, Gabor. I really appreciate that. Would love all DAWs to release their devices as plugins. Yes, I agree. Sandboxing should be in all DAWs. Yes. Okay. So like, hold on a second. Every DAW is great, right? But you're spending money. You're choosing to buy something. And so that's where people like really have their biases on those things, because they really want to make sure that, that their purchase is justified. So the good news is that Live 11 isn't out yet. So, bro, Fat FX and Bitwig would be pog. I don't know what Fat FX are. DAWs should have crossplay. Yeah, Ableton tried to do that, right, with Ableton Live Link. Was Bitwig some Abletons firmware? Yes. Yeah, actually, I think almost all of them were, at least the original people were. Yeah, if you want the spiel on Bitwig, give me 30 minutes of your time and I'll tell you why Bitwig is so great, and I'll back it up. Okay, understood. I'd be the last person to deny Live is somewhat of a problem child at times. FatFX is a logic thing, right? Okay, so like, here's the thing. Ableton Live 10 is great, but the issue that I have with Live 11 is that it doesn't have enough upgrades to justify it being a full upgrade. It doesn't have enough features that I would say are like groundbreaking. And a lot of the features that it did introduce in Live 11 is already on other DAWs. Like, I almost feel like there's a ton of stuff that Live 11 copied off of Bitwig when it used to be the other way around. I will say that there's three things in particular that I can think of that Live did really well that is definitely worth mentioning. The new devices are great. I love those for drones and stuff. That's definitely, I wouldn't have released that as Live 11. It should be 10.5. MPE is also a catch-up feature. Yeah, okay, there's that. The new scale stuff, like I guess kind of adding like the push ability, hi Wuzzle, adding the push ability or like kind of integrating that is definitely worth taking a look at, or is definitely worth an upgrade in itself. What else was there? The snapshot function is still great, but that's an old feature from Live 10. Catch-up feature, right? What was I talking about? What else is there? So the new devices, comping, right? So comping is better in Ableton than in Bitwig, even though Bitwig still has its own version of comping. They need to do some game changing for that. Live 10 doesn't do for me to drop 400. You're in the UK for it. Yeah, I agree. Okay, but hear me out. Spectral resonator is worth almost alone because there's no poly resonators like anywhere. Is Resonator Bank not something that you can use in conjunction or like as a similar feature, Glork? Ableton is sometimes so freaking slow to fix certain bugs or weird ass functionality. FL has Fruity Dance. That sounds funny. What are you eating over there? Resonator Bank doesn't, okay, it doesn't have MIDI input. Okay, so yeah, the new devices, definitely. The new devices are great. I cannot say that they're not. I cannot say that they are not. Any thoughts on Bitwig 16 track? I've never used 16 track, to be honest, so I don't know what features are missing other than the fact that you can only have 16 tracks. Comping is the thing where you have multiple versions of something in the same track to slice between. Yes. So the new devices, the new scale or like push features that are on the MIDI editor is nice, but the workflow, there's almost no workflow improvements other than that. Can stretch the MIDI using the length digits to be or not to be a B. Can stretch the MIDI using the length digits. What are the length digits? The spectral thingies are great, but 0.5 worthy, not full. Exactly, like 10.5. I think there is a bug with convolution reverb. When I change decay on it and save it, when I open the project again, the decay is not saved. I'm actually going for Live 11, but I agree it's kind of a skinny version upgrade. Yeah, you're hating a little. Will somebody do me a favor and type and tell Deadly that he's probably not live right now? It seems like he's watching the beginning of the stream. Have you ever dabbled in Studio One? Is it a worthy contender to live? I haven't. What do you think of Cubase? I think if you can pull Cubase off, you are a legend. Other than that, Cubase was so difficult for me to learn. Pro Tools seems just as difficult, but I don't really see Pro Tools as being like a sound design tool. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that it's more designed of like really like finalizing your track or doing just like super professional live recording. Audacity, I can't believe that you have the audacity to ask me that. Even 9 to 10 was lacking a proper upgrade. Live 11 seems like 9.7. Pro Tools is overrated IMO. Cubase was the easiest for me. Dude, if you must be like 200 IQ, man, because doing stuff in Cubase was so hard for me. My uni go one a lot about how Pro Tools is really solid industry standard. Cubase was my second DAW, and nope, not for modern experimental electronic music. But all the Hollywood uses it. my uni go on a lot about how Pro Tools is a really solid industry standard. Yeah, but like most universities haven't really picked up on like experimental electronic music. You know what I mean? Like most of the time, people that are coming, like when I went to Berkeley, it was really catered towards like basic shit, and it was mostly for like live recording of like acoustic stuff or whatever. I dislike Cubase workflow, amazing options, but pain to get around. Cubase didn't convince me. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, Shy. Ableton for the win. PT is for tracking and recording. Let the bass kick. Bum 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 ba dum bum bum. Isn't there an Andy C tune? Yeah, there's a good drum and bass tune called that. You can't move multiple faders at the same time. Yeah, I was complaining that you can't do that in Ableton as well. The audio editing just isn't as good in Bitwig. And if you accidentally move one, hit Control Z, it ignores that on Cubase. Oh, at least if you're going to score music to the newest Fantastic Four, you may use Logic if you wish. Cubase expression maps. Rest my case. Yeah, Berkeley is much more focused on actual live performance / orchestration aspect. Yeah, and like there are a couple of like new schools or new-ish schools. I think you can with the link track option. Ableton's browser needs an overhaul. Yes, absolutely, Alex. I totally agree with that. The live extension helps a lot, but it's not, you know, that's somebody else. Somebody else made that. That's not from Ableton. You know what I mean? You can move multiple faders at the same time at Ableton. FL Studio, I meant like, sorry, we're talking about two different things. I meant like faders as in like audio clips, right? So if you have multiple audio clips, like you can still only adjust one at a time. And that is just stupid. FL Studio has a bigger feature update than Ableton 5 every 6 months. Just check it out. Just check out 20.8. Flashbulb out there hiding. I see a 8-ball. Should Alckemy switch back to Ableton? Will confusion reign? Your question is not worth answering, child. Keep up. Let's do this the whole way. Cutting and gluing tapes. Let's not. Sorry, Tony. Streamlabs has spoketh. Streamlabs burn. FL Olies has complaints with plugins though. Yeah, they fix problems with the rate is higher, which starts to spiral into DAW wars, which I don't really do. Yeah, I kind of feel that fire, to be honest. And if if there's a healthy conversation about it, then it's totally fine. I know that I've been talking doo-doo about Ableton 11 for most of the day, but like I said, like I can back my thing, like I can back my reasonings up. So there is that. And that, like, just because I'm saying the things that I don't like about Ableton doesn't mean that it's a bad DAW. It's just everybody always asks me, why did I switch from Ableton to Bitwig? Like, why did you go? And I'm just like, here's why. There's a very clear reason, or there's a bunch of very clear reasons why. I'm banning Streamlabs. Good luck, Rito. There's a lot to consider with any DAW, and its workflow will be more or less useful to each person. Exactly. That's kind of what it is. As far as Alckemy's methods, Bitwig is by far the better option. Right. FL has lifetimes updates, though. Which DAW is DAR? Well, the modularity of Bitwig is just unmatched, right? I can't live without Max for Live. And see, like, that's something to consider, too. Like, I almost want to say that, like, in some cases, like, if you're really well connected with Max for Live, or if you really like working in a modular environment in that way, like, then Ableton would be a great choice. I'm kind of like in the in-between, like semi-modular. Like New Kids on the Block saying dirty dog. The free updates on FL are a nice touch. It's really what you want to do, mostly which DAW is best for you. I like Logic sometimes depending on what I'm doing, though. When I'm making samples or tables, Logic is way easier for me dropping audio back and forth. But you can't control it, Tracer. I own Live and a Push 2. Rarely use it due to the crashy behavior. I've settled with Bitwig at this point because it works better with my brain, not because it's better or worse. But Bitwig is by far a better experimental tool. I also would say that Bitwig has much better audio editing, and if you primarily work in audio, then, well, have they done anything to manage the multi-core processing properly? I don't think so, because this is, I'm not doing anything, and I have an M1 Mac, and this is not optimized. If we talk modularity, then Bitwig wins hands down. As long as it doesn't See, that's not entirely true though, Greedo, because like Max for Live is amazing. I think Logic has better audio editing sometimes. So I can't argue with that data because I don't use Logic, but I just meant like in comparison to Ableton, right? Because those are the two things that I have used all this time. Depends on what exactly you're doing though. Hope for automation clips in Bitwig. Aren't there? I thought there were automation clips in Bitwig. Logic is so much worse for utilitarian in its use, usually for massive mixing mastering sections. Let's take a break. What are we breaking from? I'm not a fan of Reason personally. Yeah, Bitwig's clip editing for audio is better than live. It's ridiculous. The only gripe I have with is that I always find myself freezing stuff to keep under control. Yes, like why can't you just deactivate the track, right? And like cut the CPU. Is the free vinyl version better than Serum or Ableton Synths? How do they compare? It depends. I think that I can say that like you should download it. There's no reason for you not to download it. Just stepped by. Why are you switching again? Hi, Otsa. What's I'm not. Read the title. I'm just. Yeah, but in Bitwig, you can use anything for anything. I would use Logic. I think on Mac or Cubase's. I've heard Ableton is for fun, creative side, and Logic is for the work. Am I defending Bitwig against you, Alc? You might be. I like Logic for the instruments and vocal comping. If Bitwig added comping, I can see myself using Logic. Okay, so in some way, Nate, actually Bitwig does have comping. It just doesn't work the same. Use Cubase and Rewire. Noise. I might not get this update. I might just wait for 12. Honestly, Hugh, that's kind of where I'm at as well. I don't think that the upgrades on Live 11 justify the purchase for how expensive it is. I'm kind of like, I'm good. Automation clips and Bitwig confirmed. Noise. Yeah, I use Pure Data / VCV Rack for creative stuff. Yeah, and VCV Rack is free. I don't use VCV Rack, but it is free. Isn't also Cherry Audio Voltage free? I like the free Vital version better than Ableton Synths, but it's not really comparable in anything but in Wavetable or maybe Operator. Yeah, I think that there's a little bit more flexibility in Operator for FM, quote unquote, just because you actually have 4 oscillators that you can draw harmonics into, but it's not a wavetable, so you can't actually change in between that. So, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it's free voltage, has less features. That's not stuff that I know about, so that's all, at least out of the box. Serum is a whole other can of worms.
Is Serum better than Vital? Is Vital better than Serum? Do you need a Vital or do you need Serum?
No, I think you misunderstood me about automating clips. I might have. I don't know. Well, you can FM with LFOs on Vital. Vital over Serum any day. I don't get that Serum versus Vital thing. LOL. You need Faceplant. Can I just highlight BK's comment there? Faceplant. I need better effects in Serum. I need more effects in Serum and Vital. That's the thing. They're 2 different things. Kilohearts Ultimate for the win. You need more effects, like, and not just like Serum effects. You need more instances of the same effect without having to open up another plugin. That's the problem. Bro, MSF is thick. What is MSF? Of course Faceplant is king. Lol. I like Vital better than Serum, but it's a dumb fight. Yeah, the feature comparisons are too small. Other than the price, right? The price is ridiculous. How's the hybrid reverb better? Does it compare to like some well-known reverbs? You'd have to give me an example, but I think the hybrid reverb is amazing. I do think that is a really good sounding tool. Multipass. I love the multiples inception you mentioned in your previous video. Oh, thanks for watching that. I appreciate it. More instances of the same effects in Serum. Yeah, and so you might have Serum effects, right? But the problem with it is that you only get one more instance of the same effect. So if you want to add I don't know, for whatever reason, 3 chorus, you have to do 3 instances of Serum effects. Or sorry, 2 more instances of Serum effects, because you've got Serum, you can turn the chorus on there, and then you have to turn that on, and then you talk about routing, and everything works in a linear fashion, so it's just like, ugh. Yeah, what an age we live in, right? Like with how spoiled we've become. I've from stuff like Bitwig and kilohearts in general, I am such a snob now with workflow preferences because they really just like blew the lid off of workflow and just freedom. Steve Duda says he was working on awesome stuff for Serum for 2021, so I'm optimistic. I've been hurt for more. I'm a live user. Fuck. Back when you need a whole extra set of people to do chorus. Yeah, exactly. Back in my day. Yeah, let's all dump this junk and go back to Amigas. One of the biggest workflow things in Bitwig for me is the browser. I don't like that. Well, okay, so like that is definitely a complaint, a valid complaint. But the thing with it is that there's Creative Live extension. And so it's a 50-50, right? On one end, it's like if you don't know what the Creative Live extension is, then it's definitely viable. But have you ever done some drum recording? I'm getting a Focusrite 18i20. That's a lot of mics. No, I don't do drum recording. I do all my stuff either through Superior Drummer or just like Kick 2 or something. It's a lot easier that way. I have never had a studio environment in which to record, and I don't even know if I had a studio what I would do with it. Now Serum becomes semi-modular and everyone starts with Faceplant versus Serum. Dude, people are already doing Faceplant versus Serum and they're two totally completely different things. Bitwig doesn't have any sort of sort by date in the browser, and that kills me. Yeah, that's definitely true. Can't you say the same? Is that the same thing for Ableton as well though? Name, rank, place. Oh, date modified. Fair enough. Have you tried the Quanta granular synth? I have, and it's okay. What music gear do you own? I can't help but laugh. I'm sorry. Let's see. I have an acoustic guitar. I have a Shure MV7 microphone, and I've got a laptop. I technically have a broken Rolly Seaboard, but that thing is such a piece of crap. Faceplant feels limitless in terms of oscillators and effects. I couldn't see Serum going down that road. I don't know. They might. I mean, it happened to Vital. Can I have your Bitwig license since you're going back to live? Can you read the title? Granulizer is what set off my granular obsession. Oh, an FL. Back in FL3 or something. Laughed my ass off. Yeah, I don't really own a lot of gear. I think like I'm more of a software person. Everything is really more so in here. How long have you been in music, Ash? Actually, it said... No, bro. The title says... Hold on. Hold on one second. Does it only say giveaway? Does my title only say giveaway? It shouldn't. Gives away Ableton. Yeah. I already gave away my Ableton thing. Yeah. I'm switching back to Ableton. No. No, I'm not switching back to Ableton. Okay, yeah. Well, you already showed it. Wait, what did I already show? Tiny no. It's still in the title. No, number 11. It's separated. It's separated by parentheses. Was playing, homie. Yeah, I'm sorry. If anything, I would sell my Ableton license. Goes in live. Crap, it's not Bitwig. Read chat for the whole stream. This has been a great chat. Like, the chat has been lit today. Number 11 is a stretch. Can you say... Can I say... I can say it, but I've already... LOL clickbaiter? It says no in the title. How is that clickbait? What's wrong with you people? Is my charger not working? Hold on one second. Man, that USB-C is definitely in there. Oh, I must have unplugged it. How do we keep our sub volume under control if it's playing a melody? Compression, limiting, or clipping? You want to look into something called Fletcher-Munson. That's going to help you control that. You don't use sub for melody. That's how you can do that. If you stare on no long enough, it turns to yes. You should use caps next time. Change the no into no. Is my name feminine? I don't think so. Man says no, like them companies saying in small print that their product leads to cancer. Hold on one second, guys. I gotta plug my charger back in. That's the second time this week I heard about. If you ever hang out in Whittler's stream, that's a very common thing to speak of. Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah, it's definitely worth looking into Fletcher-Munson. That's how, if you have like a sub melody or whatever, you can get away with it. I wonder if Fletcher-Munson's ever looked into us. I don't know. They're kind of spooky. Title's fine and comprehensible. It's okay. I need to change this really quick. There we go. Why does it say that's not charging now? All right, whatever. So, yeah, does anybody else have any questions along Ableton Live 11? I thought that this was going to be like a longer stream regarding the things that we had to cover, but the list of features was actually pretty short, and I'm more disappointed with the things that they didn't fix or that they did not add. There's 2 spectacle effects, right? Yeah. I have a question. No. I mean, if you have a question, you know, I'll take it. What's your question? Do you have any drum loops you can throw into spectral effects? Yeah. Well, not offhand, but insert audio track. I'm sure that there's a loop in here somewhere. Oh, right. I forgot. This is the archaic way of lining this shit up. Okay. Put your face making on the thumbnail. I already did that before. Can you right click on the track so I can see if they've updated the color palette? I really hate the palette. It looks exactly the same. How is the MPE in Ableton 11 versus Bitwig? I don't know. I don't have an MPE controller, but it's kind of whatever. What do you mean with extensions in regard to the browser? Hey, can somebody link Conrad to the Ableton Live extensions? I might just have gotten here late. Wait, did I miss something? Oh, have you tried tilt on the spectral time effect yet? It's my favorite part. I didn't see you use it. Yes, I have. Boonka Boonka, jungle is massive. For fuck's sake, I'm honestly unsure if they can fix many of the issues. I think that they are mired in old code choices. All we see are max for live things. What is Bitwig's selling point? Modulation. Creative extensions, modulate. I have the link. If I put it, I get banned? No, you don't. You should be okay. Okay, cool. My bad. No, you're good. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with chat. Yeah, but we'll pull it back up because I think Data wanted to see it. So the thing about Bitwig is that the modular approach is probably the biggest thing. It's natively has MPE. It's got the grid. It has a built-in granular synth. The audio editing is just freaking amazing. The clip edit and stuff is great. I think that's what you're talking about. Yeah, the built-in modular system is just awesome. The browser features on Bitwig are just fucking great. It's amazing. Yeah, there's so many things. I love the mixing tools too. Sorry, what even is a granular synth? It takes a sample and it destroys it into tiny little pieces, and it repeats those pieces in a very short succession. And yeah. The only thing stopping me from using Bitwig is that you can't repitch audio with it being time stretched. Yes, we talked about that. Also, guys, I have to give Mind Audio a big shout out. Not only does he make some killer music, but he also did the artwork for my recent music. And if you guys need visual stuff, please go to Mind Audio. If you guys want some killer drum and bass, please hit up Mind Audio. He's awesome. So big shout out to him. Go follow him on every social platform that he's available on. Hi, Drew Craftian. Modulating already modulated modules that are modulating modular modules that are modulating another modules that were used on a song that modulated to 3 different keys with the modular synth with 6 modules. Link, Mind Audio, link. Yes, please, Mind Audio, hit us with that link. It's well deserved. Any support I can throw to his way. Hold on one second. Let's do this really quick, because this is definitely worth looking at. Wait, what? Okay, whatever. We'll go to YouTube. YouTube.com. He did this, and it's great. It is amazing. Hey, Monocle. Bars. What is the hardest music style to produce? Probably drum and bass. Another thing I love about Bitwig, if you say you have a MIDI plug, you can just put it. Yeah, it's called MIDI through. Noise at the gym right now watching. Damn, Apple UI is so good. Nice graphics. Yeah, I love this. It's very, very visually enticing. Definitely helped me tell the story for my kind of music. So yeah, go check him out. He's great. I'm just kidding. No noise, because you got to listen to it while you make it. Except in Catalina and Big Sur, it gets messy. How long have I been streaming? 1 hour and 45 minutes. I have been streaming since the beginning of the stream of time of streaming. Let's check this out. Sounds like Silent Hill OST. I'll look into it. Although I'll only be able to use it for my own music, as I'm an orchestral film composer as my day job. Hi Dylan, what were you asking about? I missed something, it seems. Who won the Ableton 11 giveaway? Nobody. Nobody's giving Ableton 11 away. 103 minutes. Who says you have to listen to noise while you make it? Me, but a long time ago, and it's a standard. Fair. He added Mobius sphere, delay, and the universe folded and put into itself. Sounds like little children. Are you going to Oscars this year? Turzov. Been waiting on beta license for like 2 weeks now. How long did it take? Dude, it took me like 3 months to get mine. Can you create faces with this visualizer and the spectral plugin? I don't know. The hard thing is to make noise that actually sounds good. 104 minutes, you liar. There's noise that sounds good? Didn't they change something on the corpus as well? That sounds awesome. Is there a song that you are the most proud of? Yeah, definitely. There's a couple songs that I was like, damn, I did that. Okay, that must be a bug because that shouldn't still be playing. Oh, never mind. Wonder Woman 84 is crap. Two best things are Little Diana Race and Gal Gadot. Red Rum. Fart noises sound good. Also, bummer that spectral effects are only in Sweet. That's dumb. Bitwig selling point. Oh, mess with the new Redux yet? No, I haven't. The interface is different on Corpus. I thought that was it. Yeah, I think that's the only thing as well. It looks cool though. I like the new interface. Should be here, right? I guess that's a low pass filter. This sounds really good. Try Cubase 11 once on stream. I don't know about that. Maybe. What does Corpus do? Corpus is kind of a resonator, but actually it's a physical modeling tool. I would say more than anything. It will kind of replicate some of the tones and some of the timbres of these particular things to choose from. So usually what most people use it for is by adding some character to snares and stuff. Michael Norris spectral plugins are very cool and free. Never really use it. These guys made that for live. AAS has some really cool modeling stuff. Hey, have you guys seen Danabroth's video on physical modeling? That's one to check out. It's like 4 minutes long, and he teaches you how to do it in any synth, and it was awesome. He pretty much taught me how to physical model from that, and I kind of took that and ran really far. Yes, that was a good video. Yes, it was. If you haven't seen it, go watch it, because I don't have any videos on physical modeling, and that's a great reference. I do things a little bit differently. But it definitely gave me all the tools. I was like, oh, that's how you do it. Okay, great. Well, now, did you watch Wonder Woman? No, I didn't. I'm making sure that I'm caught up on questions. Yeah. So, I don't know. That's kind of, what was the name of the vid again? How to physical model in any synth, I think. I don't know if Databroth is still here, but that would be that. Okay, so what's up, Alckemy? Welcome back to the gang. You guys are funny. You guys are funny. Guys, I gotta tell you, I've moved on. I loved Ableton. We had a great time together, but it's like going through a breakup and then realizing that you're over each other is kind of what this is. I have to keep Ableton because I still do sound design to videos, and Bitwig does not support video yet, which that is preposterous. However, other than that, I don't really care to use it that much anymore. There's nothing keeping me here other than Simpler, but I've already kind of found my workaround for Simpler. I know it was true. Wait, what? Yeah, does anybody have any questions, like, I guess, regarding Ableton and what DAW do you record vocals in? That's kind of like a trick question because I don't actually record vocals, to be honest. I don't use vocals. Try new spectral resonators. Vacuum, we've kind of already tried everything, to be honest. We've already gone through all the features and things. There hasn't been a lot of audio coming out of my computer today, to be honest, though. Not as much as usual. But Yeah, does anybody have any questions, I guess, like in comparison, if you guys are on the fence about comparing Ableton to Bitwig? I guess what we can do is like a side-by-side thing, assuming actually this might crash my audio, but it should be okay. Mess around with Pulse Stretch. I don't have Pulse Stretch downloaded. Chat is better than Live 11. Side-by-side is good. Is it normal to poop standing up? Yeah, I've seen a chart where there's like 16 different ways to do it, and I'm pretty sure that was one of them. So I think you're good, dude. I'm going to move this browser over. What about takes for micro edits versus Bitwig clips? What do you mean takes for micro edits? Are you talking about comping? Pulse Stretch has a VST version, which makes it a bit more useful. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's the only version that I've used. Your mic is really picking up the S sounds today, and it hurts my ears. How much space does Bitwig take up in hard drive? I think a couple gigs, but like there's a bunch of content that you can download, so it comes out to be like 13 gigs total. What is this giveaway? I'm sorry. I think it's just the way that I talk, to be honest. I just picked the mic away from my face. The giveaway is we're working on getting to 10K subs, and at 10K subs, I'm giving away a sub pack. Sub pack. Sorry, let me try that again. Sub pack. Was this... Now I'm really self-conscious of it. Was the sibilance not as bad? Ah, yes. The sub pack is not... That's... Soup bag? Yeah, it's so much better than that. The sub pack is great, man. It just hurts my back. What am I missing? I mean, the pop-up browser in Bitwig, need that in Ableton. It's such a small thing, but it makes such a big difference for me. We might be talking past each other here, huh? If you listen to S sounds, you will hear them continuously. Start the comparison. What's the frequency range for subpack? It's 5 Hz to 150, I think. So that definitely will happen tonight. There's definitely not a giveaway in this stream. Good clickbait, though. This has been Dosed Monk. This has been an ongoing promotion for like about a month now. It's a drive. It's not I'm giving away something today. What about drop MIDI files? Yeah, you can do that. Correct. Brown note. Good clickbait though. Funny. LOL Wuzzle. Did I miss something? Heh. Alk too cool for de-esser. Are you constipated? Try the sub pack. Yeah, it'll rumble your guts for sure. I decided that I should do a challenge this month where I make every month song a different genre, ranging from like cinematic to metal to R&B, just to know what genre would better, I guess. What do you think? I think you should. The sub pack will go down to brown note. Yes, it will. It'll rumble your guts quite a bit. And it is a giveaway. It's something that definitely, yeah, you're right. It isn't going to happen today, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to give it out. Can you attach a, I don't know. You're going to have to ask somebody on a different chat forum. Let's keep it somewhat rated R. So yeah, I guess we can talk about Bitwig versus Ableton if that's what you guys are wondering about. To be honest with you, they are more similar than they are different. So the layout is almost the exact same. How long since I jump ship to Bitwig? I've been with Bitwig for about a year now, I'd say. And I think that I had more of an affinity to Bitwig than I did coming from Machine to Ableton. And I don't know like how good of a comparison that is, but just about everything that I tried to do in Bitwig, I either quickly found a workaround or I found a better way to do it. But hold on, but I say that, but that's just for me personally. So that might not be the same for you all, right? So there is that. So let's talk about some differences, I guess. Let me just pull up an audio clip quickly. Actually, let me pull up a drum loop. I'm just looking for a full drum loop. There we go. All right, so one neat thing that you may or may not like is that if you want, Bitwig has the option to auto warp your clips. So no matter what tempo you're in, this will automatically place this like in the right time as it's supposed to be. Whereas if you wanted to do this in something like Ableton, you actually have to go and change your host to the overall thing, or you have to double click on this and then kind of adjust it here in the warp mode of the host BPM. So the other thing is that the inspector controls are always over here on the left, whereas if you want to change something from an audio clip, you have to double click on this in the clip. Doesn't it stretch it? It does. It auto stretches it for you. Yes, definitely. So I will say that I think that the actual warp modes in Ableton are better, but I don't know. They're just different. They're different. So you can't come into Bitwig expecting like all of these to match up perfectly to these because they have different behaviors. But I can say that there are a lot more options in this. So you've got the stretch, slice, cyclic, and elastic. I don't really care about the other ones. The solo, eco, stretch, HD, whatever are all kind of the same thing. But it is kind of cool that in some of these modes you actually have a format, so you can actually come in and edit that. And the other thing to kind of keep in mind too is that on Bitwig you actually have an audio clip and then you've got an audio event. And so what you can do within this audio event is you can actually edit audio in between this, and that's why I say that Bitwig's audio stuff is just so good, because I can actually work within this now and do a lot of different things, or do all the same kind of, I guess, like I can do time stretching within here. I can kind of stretch this if I want. I can reverse this part. And the other thing is that within this audio event, each of these can actually be different warp modes. So like, yeah, the audio editing in this is astronomically better. I'm sorry. There's just no if, and, or but about it. The warp modes in this are still great, yes. And there are some things that you can do in audio in Bitwig. Or sorry, there's some things that you can do with audio in Ableton that you can't within Bitwig, but this alone and having the ability to do stuff like this is just kind of unparalleled. How's that crossfades and fading in audio editing? Okay, so if you double click right here, you can change it in the settings too. One setting for short samples, one for long samples, one for record/bounce. So if I wanted to right here, I can actually change the volume of these, and you also have pre-fades here if you want them to have that. So even though my clip technically starts right here, it can actually use this to create a different fade. And then not only that, but if you actually have a clip cut like this, then you've got the option to do a crossfade here, and you can also change where the crossfade happens if you want, just by let me see. So first you crossfade these like this, and then you'll see this little icon. Sorry, I'm fishing for it. This little icon right here, you can actually drag where the crossfade happens, and all the same stuff still applies. So if you want to move this out, you gotta make this a little bit deeper, but you can adjust the curves and stuff as well, which is nice. So it's pretty robust in that way. The other thing too is that with Bitwig, you can do pretty much infinite time stretching. So if you hold Option, or I guess Alt, or maybe Windows, I don't know, whatever it is on Windows, but this will go forever. Seems like you're in Big Sur, right? How stable are Live 11 and Bitwig for you? Are you using Contact or anything for an NI without problems? No 9999 BPM limit? Yeah, you can. This is already beyond 999. You can just... Now, of course, you'd have to work in a higher sample rate in order to get anything useful out of that. But, you know, there is that. Regarding your question, I'm on an M1 Mac, so I can't actually use... native instruments. And today is actually my first day of opening Live 11 beta. Any issues with MPE? Bitwig has a 666 BPM limit actually, but that would be pitching up. But it would still stretch the sample beyond. It'll still keep going. It'll still keep trying. No, I haven't had any issues with MPE. I don't really use a MIDI controller, but I guess like the assigning stuff seems easy enough. I think that there's just an MPE modulator device that kind of works in the same way. But it seems fine. Let's see. So within the browsers, if you, again, like this is kind of void if you have the Creative Live extensions, but if you don't, then on Ableton, you have to come up into here and then you have to go into the right category and then you kind of have to find everything. Whereas on here, you've got a browsing option right here to pull up a browser that you can just type anything in. You've got one right here. And then you've got one that has the option to always be available, which I just use for my sample library right here. So you've got 3 different access points to your library, whereas on this one, you have to always go over here to find it. Max for Live, the ultimate crutch for live shortcomings. Hi, I am back. Welcome back. Yeah, the stretch is infinite, but the BPM is a different thing anyways. Just always thought it was funny they made the max BPM 6. Oh yeah, you mean like the host BPM is 666? Yeah. Right. Is it odd though? Sorry, I thought you meant like the max that you can time stretch to BPM. I apologize. Let's see. The audio effects is kind of a toss-up between the two, because I'd say that the distortion units within Ableton are much more easy to use and handle. The amp, drum bus, the dynamic tube, erosion, overdrive, like all of these sound amazing. Actually, most of their effects sound really good. While I'd say that a lot of effects within Bitwig are kind of hit or miss. Some of them are also borderline useless, but they don't sound bad. They just don't sound how you would think. Like the amp, for example, is really strange in just the way that it sounds. It doesn't seem like a particular thing. I do too, but it's still like unconventional. It's still like not quite, it still doesn't quite sound like any other effect that you would call it that, right? Like the saturator is a great example of that. The saturator doesn't behave like a normal saturator. I do miss Live's feedback loop functionality. There are ways, but not quite as simple. Feedback loop? What are we talking about? Which feedback loop? Explosion. I like the multiband in 3 a lot better. Yes. Yes. That thing is ultra convenient. Sorry. Data broth. Agreed. Yeah. The fact that you can just pull this up, you can just go here, type in effects, and then pull up a frequency splitter like this that's already built in is so nice. And it has a mix function, and it has like a really easy crossover that you can actually visually see, and you can automate these or modulate these or automate regardless. This is a super handy tool. But I'll say like I said, there are some kind of like weird effects you have to source or up. What? For composing epic orchestral, Bitwig or live, I'd say for those it doesn't matter. Actually, maybe it does. Maybe you might want to use live because the MIDI editor is just a little better. The MIDI editor in Bitwig is terrible. It's so cumbersome. But workflow wise, they're pretty much the same. Oh, feedback isn't sending to ascend. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, you can do that in Bitwig. Yeah, the stuff like the tree monster is kind of just like what? I think this is technically a ring mod that generates a sine. Can't you use tree monster to add back in a sub? Ghetto disperser. It doesn't. I don't think that this is an all pass filter. I'm pretty sure it's just a ring mod. Can you? I don't know. I've never heard that before. I saw Skylar from Audica using it during his Bitwig stream. Maybe. I mean, Skylar's kind of a wizard, so if you've seen him do it, then I'd believe it. I never use it either, but it is, you know, that's kind of what I was saying, is that it exists. Yeah, so the MIDI editor definitely, I think, is better in live than Bitwig. But the biggest thing between them is that if you want to modulate something in Ableton, you've got Max for live, or you've got these three, which is an envelope shaper, an LFO, or sorry, envelope follower, LFO, and a shaper. So this is actually kind of funny, but Ableton actually takes the cake in one of these, because Ableton has a multi-stage envelope and Bitwig does not. Bitwig does not have a multi-stage envelope modulator. Like, why? Why? I actually don't have Max for Live installed, so I think that in Live 11 it's not Max for Live. I think that these are actually in... Wait. Oh, maybe it is. Okay, you might be right. I think this little indicator indicates, or this little button indicates that it's Max for Live device, but it's right here now as opposed to having to fish for it, which is a little bit more convenient. So yeah, Ableton has a multi-stage envelope, and we've been asking for that for Bitwig for freaking ever. It makes no sense. But I will say that I don't have Max 8, but I will say that as far as everything else goes, if you want to add a modulator, it's right here. And it's so clean, and you can just hide it, or you can add stuff. And like, it's got all of these other different modulators that you can add to it in order to create something like the ultimate quote unquote control, including MPE. I don't know if you can or can't. Let me see. MPE control. Okay, you can. So technically you can make everything MPE on here. Are you switching? Switching from what seems very FL inspired, the built-in stuff? Some awesome options when it was first new. JK? How? What? I'm confused. What else is different compared to these two? Oh, yeah, there's other audio editing features as well. So if you want to slice something on here, then you've literally got to go hit Command E, Command E, Command E, Command E, Command E. Wherever you want these slices to be, it has to be on an individual basis. Whereas if you wanted to do that here, you have not only a slicing tool, which I think is, that's an erase tool, which is 5. So you can just slice stuff like this, which is great. Or if you are lazy, then you can just hit 1, right click, and then go to slice in place. And then this will do it for you. I sent you an email last year and you did not answer it. I'm pretty sure I answered it. I answered all my emails. What did it say? I'm pretty good about answering emails. So if you sent me something, you might want to check your inbox. Oh my God, balance in place and the hybrid MIDI and the audio channels is just awesome in Bitwig. Yeah, we haven't talked about that yet, but we'll get there. So not only that, but you can also set these like with different swing functions. Do I make Kawaii future bass presets and how much? Yeah, I answered that. I said I don't. I don't have anything like that. But I did answer that question. Yeah, so not only that, but you can highlight multiple things this way and also delete them. Or if you wanted to add fades to all of these at the same time, you can. So if you look, all of these are going to have fades now, which is really nice. Let me actually close this so that way you can see what I'm doing. Grid is pretty cool. Yeah, we'll probably not talk about that. Just because I don't have Max for Live here and I can't really compare. Let me see, what else? Right, so bouncing, right? So on this, if you want to bounce a clip or you want to save CPU, then you have to freeze the track, the whole thing. And then you can either duplicate it and turn it off, or you can flatten it, but you lose all this stuff. And not only that, but if you flatten something like a MIDI track or something, then it turns into audio. Whereas on this, it has something called a hybrid track. So you go here, you go right click, convert to hybrid, and you can have both MIDI clips and audio clips on the same thing. So if I were to pull up something like Phase Plant or whatever, we'll just pull up Phase 4. Then you can actually have both. Now, because this is a feature on here, then one other cool thing that you can do is you can actually go into something called bounce in place. And so what that basically means is that I can just go over here and hit Command B, and then this will automatically bounce whatever this is in audio, but I'll still get to keep the MIDI. Wow, 2 hours? What do you mean? I usually go for like 8. Usually I do like 8-hour streams or longer. So yeah, there's that feature as well. And this to me was something that is just absolutely essential. The other thing too is that you can just deactivate the clip and save CPU, which it'll deactivate everything. I just hit Alt A. And if I just want to save, if I want to keep all my racks and stuff without having to go through this whole process, I can just hit that button and it will turn everything off. So that's so much easier in that way. I will say that I think that for the most part, I do like most of the, well, that's not true. I like Operator in Ableton much better than Phase 4. It's way more robust. I'm new, I don't know. It's totally fine. Operator is way more robust than FM4. It is cool that FM4 has a matrix table, but the problem with it is that you can't modulate or automate anything. But in Ableton, you have the ability to, where is it? You have the ability to draw your own waveforms, and that's a feature that I think any FM synth should have, or a wavetable or something. But this is great, and that's a really essential tool. Whereas FM4 on this is just kind of like, eh. And not only that, but everything starts as a sine wave. So I do like the visualizer that you have here, but everything starts as everything starts as a sine wave. And so to change stuff, you've got this like mod thing right here. So if I go here and I start FMing itself, then you can get a more complex waveform. And then the mod is from 0 to 100%. But that's just like so backwards. It's so strange that's how that works. It should just be like, here's a source, here's the FM amount, do things. I feel noob for not knowing FM synthesis. Well, it's not something that I can really teach you very quickly, but maybe I'll cover that in a future video. Can you adjust phase per os? Yes, the phase should be here. Oh, that's the frequency offset, sorry. This would be here. So Or do you mean like phase, or do you mean like rotate the phase? You mean rotate the phase? No, not in this one, I don't think. There is a phase offset. Oh, sorry, that's a frequency offset. I already said that. It's important for timbre. So there's another thing in here called phase 4 that you can do that. So the rotation is here, where you kind of use these as phase modulation as opposed to frequency modulation, but it's pretty much the same thing. So if you want to rotate it, you can do that here between all of these. But this is like, it's like phase 4 and FM4 are like combined operator. Operator's interface is nicer though, but fair. Yeah, I totally agree. Like, this is available, but at the same time, it's just kind of like cumbersome. I do think that operator is a much better choice for FM stuff compared to these. I don't like Live's interfaces, to be honest, but never mind. Keep talking. You too. I love phase 4. I just wish it had more waveforms. I agree. Yeah. I think that it has potential, but it's too basic for me. And it's like the thing about with these, okay, so like the thing with these devices is that they're meant to be used in a modular way. So all of these things are kind of meant to, how do you say, like be used in conjunction with other devices and stuff to make a combination of an effect. But as a raw oscillator, I think that it's lacking a lot of features in that way. And that kind of is just like, it's kind of off-putting. I mean, you can already do a lot with it, but the saws are made from a sine, not a pure saw. Right. Go ahead and make T-Pain's live equals Excel joke. I don't get it. And others are just sine. One thing that I do think that Bitwig has over Ableton, though, is the sampler. And there's a trade-off here, because on one end, let me pull this up on both. So Bitwig is the way to go. In my opinion, like I say that with quotation marks. In my opinion, Bitwig is better for me. For you, I don't know. That's what I'm talking about right now, though. So you'll kind of just have to, you know, see for yourself. But the trade-off between the sampler between Ableton and Bitwig is, in Ableton, you have the ability to do FM, limited FM, but you have the ability to do FM within the sampler here. The trade-off, though, is that the sampler in Bitwig supports 3 different modes. Each dial has its crown. Find the one that fits for your purpose. Yeah, exactly. Including a granular synth, though. So if I throw something into here, whatever, doesn't really matter. This has a granular synth built in. And you can actually modulate in between the different modes if you wanted to, between repitch, cycles, which is kind of like wavetable, and textures mode. One doesn't ask what brush a painter used. It's personal choice, whatever works for them. I don't know, Wuzzle. I'd actually ask. Will you save this? I got to get some sleep. Yeah, this will actually... I will actually leave. This one in particular will be public. Yeah, so Ableton has no built-in granular synth other than Granulator 2, but that thing is a horrible mess because it hasn't been updated since it came out. And then they released an extension that was like, gotta go, see ya, thanks for sharing. See ya, Tony. And then they released an extension or like a new thing, but it's like $60 and you have to pay for it. It's like, wait, what? And I don't even know if it's good or not because I won't buy it. So there is that. The other thing within Bitwig Sampler, though, is that it also supports multi-sample mode, whereas I'm not really sure. Yeah, this supports multi-sample mode as well. What granular extension? I don't remember what it's called. Cliff Notes. How much they paid you? Yo, Braxton, thank you so much for subbing, man. I really appreciate it. You give way too much support to this channel. If you guys didn't know, we actually released a collaborative Discord sample pack, and Braxton uploaded like a gig of stuff. Half of that sample pack is from him. So please go grab it and tell Braxton how much you appreciate his massive kitchen samples. Grain Scanner is the new granular synth. CliffX makes grain size automatable. Makes it modular. I like Bitwig's demo as well. Everything but save/export. You can spend as much time as you want checking it out. Yeah, and ultimately, like, that's what you want to do, is you want to check it out. So you can make 128s in this. You can make 128s in Bitwig. But the thing that is freaking nuts about Bitwig Sampler is that if you go and you change this into a multi-sample mode, and let's just say that you've got, you know, X amount of samples in here. Let's say 128, right? 80 samples. Well, you can do granular synthesis to 80 samples at the same time. Yes, you heard me. I'm surprised nobody's freaking out about that. You can use up to 128 samples as granular at the same time. No, it's totally fine. Look, it's not doing anything to my CPU. And I mean, these are all kind of the same thing, I guess, but if you have like other, let me find Foley. Let me find some other stuff. There we go. And there's also some really great options that you can edit all these to. So if you go here and then you go to, where is it? To turn key tracking off. That's it. This year I'm going from FL to Bitwig. Well, FL is a different comparison, right? We're comparing strictly from Bitwig to Ableton. But yeah, I mean, how crazy is that you can actually use all of these at the same time? Which is pretty darn toot and amazing. It even has a built-in selector button, whereas on here you actually have to go to like right-click, distribute. Oh wait, it's over here. It's over here. I think. Wait, maybe you have to add in another sample of this or something. Right-click, distribute, select equally. Is it over here? Oh, here it is. Sorry. Distribute, select equally, and then you have to group this and create a macro out of the select knob, which is kind of strange. Like, why isn't this just built in? I don't get why I have to go through and make that. So yeah, you have to go here, you have to go map that to macro 1, and now that works. Whereas on the other one, this is just already there. I mainly make 4/4 stuff and some drum and bass occasionally, and I found that for me, I lean towards using a lot of external plugins anyway. I really got used to Live's piano roll and interface, and the automation is just really quick. Yeah, I don't... oh, you do bring up a good point. Actually, Ableton does have some kick-ass automation options, and you can even like draw shapes in that and stuff. So you do... that is definitely a fair point. I love all the effects containers and selectors in Bitwig, especially the instrument selector for ear candy notes and interesting stuff. Right, show us the automation in Bitwig. Okay, so if you want it to do automation in Bitwig, then you go to this little triple thing, and it's same thing. You just touch on a knob, and then you can kind of double click in this way. You can do, you don't have like the shape and boxing options that you do in Ableton, but you do have specific controls. Also, the map to siblings options in the drum line for all the parameters comes at handy at times. So yeah, what's it called? Bitwig has that as well. So if you have a drum sampler or a drum thing, then you right click and it will like you can go to copy value to siblings. So yeah, for this, you same thing, double click, whatever. If you're using the draw tool like this, then and you hold option, then you can do straight stuff like that. So there is that. I think if you, yeah, you can also do steps in that way if you wanted to. You just kind of create that. Let me see. If you hit 1 and you hit shift like that, you can add your curves. So it's not too bad. Let me see. In Ableton, you go here and then you can highlight something, right click, and then you've got these little shapes that you can do as well, which is kind of cool. Then you can also like scale them to a degree, so that's pretty handy. Bitwig has the best vocoder. Yeah, that the vocoder on Bitwig is pretty damn cool, especially if you like vocodecs. I would say that it's the closest to that. Something random, does it have a similar where you can connect like with another user, kind of like Ableton Live Link? No, it does not. It doesn't have anything along those features. If let me get rid of this, but if you have a drum rack, drum machine, they promised it but it hasn't come out. Yeah, whatever you're talking about, I don't know of. But yeah, let's say you've got, you know, this stuff, and you can do 128 racks and stuff as well, but I'm not going to right now because it's a lot of time. But let's say you've got the speed up to right here. You just right click and then you go copy value to all layers, and then all of these are going to be set the same way. So that's definitely a feature that is really important that I would agree with if you're working in like a drum machine or something, but it is included between both of these. And like I said, you're going to find that these are more similar than they are different. I like using Serum as the carrier and modulate it with a string sample to give it a cadence in the vocoder. Yeah, I was watching a video on Colorbase earlier with how they were modulating chords with a FM bass as the carrier, which I thought was kind of interesting. It's not unique. I've seen it done before, but I guess if that's the defining characteristic of Colorbase, then there's more area to explore, if that makes sense. But I don't know. I don't really care for it, to be honest. So yeah, there's that. I definitely think that Ableton wins in the automation department though, because this little feature here is actually pretty awesome. Network support is already built into the core of the software, and the Bitwig Studio project file format is designed bearing collaborations featuring in mind. So collaboration is part of the DNA of Bitwig Studio. We are dedicated to further develop our own collaboration technology. I guess it's just a matter of like when, right? When is that supposed to come out? Yeah, but other than that, like, oh, Ableton also has, in a world full of tacos, Ableton also has the snapshot feature, which I actually really miss. I forgot. That multiplayer DAW thing is one of the first things I wanted for Bitwig, and is that how long they've been promising it? Still not here? They've been promising that for 5 years? Yikes. Oh my gosh. But yeah, Ableton has the snapshot function, which I still think is incredible. I hope that every DAW introduces this at some point. But if you accidentally play something that's super cool and you're like, what did I just do? Then you can do that in this, where you cannot do that. And this, I'm trying to think. Ableton also has Simpler, which is a really cool slicer, which is actually like super unique compared to any other plugin out there. There is no alternative to Simpler. Like, Simpler is entirely unique. And that sucks because it's great and they really should sell it as a third-party plugin. If the macro knobs and the snapshots could move in a defined amount of time from one snapshot setting to the other, that would be thoroughly amazing. Could move in a defined amount of time from one snap? You mean like enveloped snapshots? Like if you go from one to the other, it will change over time as opposed to being like immediate? This ain't Bitwig. This is Bitwig. It's just over here. Snapshot morphing. I think that would be a good way to describe it. Huh. Just tuning in, I finally got beta test to Live 11. Not impressed. Bitwig has already had plenty of features. I think when before drops is going to blow minds and leave Ableton in the dust. Taxi, I think most of us agree. Well, sorry, I'm speaking on behalf of chat. I agree with you anyways. Ableton's follow action is something no other DAW has as far as I know. Are you talking about launching clips through here where like you can, if you have a clip of some sort, let me see here. It's got to go into an audio track. And then you need another one. Coming from a Cubase user, Greedo is also from Cubase. Some good advice or anything? Yeah, Snapshot is really useful when jamming in rhythm sections. Some good advice or anything? Are you giving advice or asking for advice? Where are the follow actions? They should be here, right? As far as I know, they're not probability based like in live. Each clip can only have one follow action. Yeah, random switching from clip in legato mode. Oh yeah, you can do that in Bitwig. Which I guess does bring up another point. Bitwig's clip launcher is in the same window as your sequencer or as your timeline, which is kind of handy. But if you go in here and you double click, and I think that you have to go to, let me see, it's in here. Yeah, play mode. So you've got these different options. Next action, you've got stop, and some other stuff that you can kind of change that into. Wait, let me highlight both of these. Oh, maybe it has to be on a different thing. Magic Music Maker, get out. Why did you decide to go back to Ableton and not stick with Bitwig? Really? That's neat. I didn't. I didn't read the title. Yeah, Bitwig does have that. Such confusing. Is it really that confusing? Like, does it really... Hold on. Does it really seem like one... Does it really seem like one, I said that I am switching to Ableton, and two, that I'm doing a Ableton Live giveaway? Or is it just like misinterpretation? Logic seems to be quite good now. Hi, John Smith. Because the giveaway thing I've been posting on every single video up until this point, since like November. Maybe first timers are just coming here. Sally, this is my first time here. That's fine. I didn't get confused, but it's amazing how confusing it seems to be from people. Okay, well, that's fine. I didn't mean any harm by it, but sometimes that happens. So yeah, I don't know how to get this to work, but you can do the next follow action here, which you can go to stop and stuff. I don't know why that's not working though. People have not seen a year's worth of Alck praising Bitwig. I mean, I've talked bad about it too. You know, I have definitely had my complaints about it. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah. So you've got play next, play previous, play first and current block, play random, return to arrangement. Oh, that's cool. You can actually return it to the arrangement. That's sick. Play random in current block, play random in next block. Play random in previous block. Yeah, so you've got these follow actions that you can do, and I don't know how they compare to Ableton, but okay, this is enhanced. Cool. Excuse me. Clickbaiter. You're a clickbaiter, Wiggles. Yeah, so there is that. Where, this is where it all started, which there's something to be said for it. But I like the fact that on Bitwig, it's got both in the same view. So, okay, right up on it. I read that Bitwig can only have one follow action per clip. Maybe something that will be improved on the future version. Love Bitwig. It's getting there, still young. Yes, there are still some things that it is catching up on. But I will say that it's gotten to a point where I had a confident switch. And I don't miss Ableton enough to be like, man, this might make me switch back. There's nothing there. Like, Ableton was really good, and it still is really good. But the Live 11 update just does not have enough features for me to even think twice about upgrading. Like, I'm perfectly fine with Live 10 and being like, do I need this stuff? No, I don't. It's not like very hard to, it's not like a, I'm not really on the fence about it. And I think that's kind of the ultimate point about that, about Live 11, is that Live 11 is a smaller update. They released it too early, in my opinion. I almost went to Bitwig earlier this year due to Max for Live instability. The big community makes Max for Live have potential, and I hate not having stable universal modulation, but we'll see if 11 rounds out. Bitwig is still awesome, though. The amount of beats and tracks I make has gotten so much more since I got Bitwig. Nope. And that's kind of my thing, too, is that, like, I feel like how accessible all this stuff is, it's become more of like a playground and makes everything super accessible in that way. Did you look at the new piano roll features already? I did. Same here, sticking with 10 for now. I think that they're nice, but they seem like a novelty, you know, as opposed to being like a killer feature. Which, you know, I say that, but at some, I guess like people like FL users, like that was something that they really care about in FL Studio. At the price of the updates, I don't think I'll bother updating Ableton. Bitwig updates have been fast and furious over the past year alone. Right. And some of the updates have been amazing. If Bitwig gets ARA support or Melodyne style pitch editing before Ableton, it's game over. I can think of a few things that Ableton needs, or sorry, that Bitwig needs. Like if they can make the inspector controls modular. So like if you can modulate this stuff, oh man, that would be, yes, that's really what I want. I don't see a lot of major differences between them. Lives just has its foot firmly at the door with its user base. Exactly. And they're both still great. Like you can't make a bad choice with them. It really just comes down into very specific workflow things, you know? Plus I have standard would go to suite for the spectral effects. Yeah, that would suck. Or that would be a lot of extra money for not like a huge upgrade. What is ARA support? ARA2 is supported by Cubase. I don't know what that is, guys. Melodyne can be ARA. Same here, sticking with 10. It makes it run faster. Is the integration plug standard? Standard wouldn't have been worth it for me because it lacks so much that makes live for me. Yeah, like some of the devices and effects, right? I don't really know what you're missing from standard to suite, but I wasn't really impressed with like the quote unquote 50 gigs of sounds it comes with. It seemed pretty ridiculous. But the devices I feel are very useful. Yep, it's the clip integration for external plugins or something like that. Oh, okay, cool. Convolver. Yep, Melodyne is ARA2. Cubase has very audio, but Melodyne is a bit better. Sure, the sounds are meh. ARA is instant audio listening and Melodyne. Okay, gotcha. It increases the amount of communication possible between the digital workstation and a plugin. All right. Allowing them to exchange key information such as audio data, tempo, pitch, and rhythm, entire song rather than just the moment of playback. When it comes to the audio stretching algorithm, who do you think does it better, Bitwig or Ableton? Personally, I found that Bitwig to have a better sounding audio stretching algorithm. I think that it's purely preference. I think that Ableton is a little bit cleaner, but I do like that Bitwig has more options. I just switched from Ableton to Bitwig. I do a lot of jazz fusion, but I keep seeing bugs in Bitwig. The time signature is not changing. When I stop the music, it doesn't keep the signature. That's a strange bug that I've never encountered. What's a great feature that Ableton doesn't have? Full modularity. Like the ability to just click right here and modulate absolutely anything that you want to is probably the biggest feature between Bitwig. Or the fact that that it has MIDI through, so you can place any MIDI device through this and it will still work. So if you have like Cthulhu or Captain Chords or whatever, like you can just place it on the MIDI track and it'll work without having to create like an external channel thing. Yeah, I'm jealous of that. Modulation with Max for Live has always felt really inelegant to me. Yeah, and that's my thing too. And I think that they really dropped the ball with that. I love the MIDI through it. You can bounce in place and stay on the same track. Yeah, you've got hybrid tracks. If it's consistent as an issue, send it into Bitwig. That's serious. Proper audio routing with multiple outputs for plugin too, right? Doesn't Ableton have that too? But yes, it does. Here's all your outputs. Oh, that's your input, sorry. Your outputs are all here. So, nope, just one audio out. Well, per plugin. Well, like, you have choices that you can do, right, between these different things. It's like you have, there's a tree selection, but you can't do, like, you'd have to have multiple channels and have something come in. What do you think about the tempo follow they introduced with 11? Does Bitwig offer something equivalent? What's the tempo follow? I'm not sure what that is. You can route multiple outputs on plugins on live. Yeah, I was gonna say you can do that. Because I've done it with Addictive Drums. Yeah, I don't know what the tempo follow is. I think if you play drums live, it follows your tempo. Oh, that's cool. No, Bitwig does not have anything like that. I sent them a support message. It's the only problem I have. I think it can follow the tempo while recording something. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I would love to see relative snap mode for moving audio and MIDI clips in Bitwig. Snap mode is in like better snapping to the grid, because I that's like the biggest problem that I have with Bitwig is like the fucking snapping to the grid is just terrible. Live listens and adjusts tempo based on incoming audio in real time, make a dynamic part of the band instead of the tempo source. When you DJ, you can even turn live into a tempo synced effects box. Yeah, that's a feature that's unique to Ableton. I still don't know how to tap tempo on Bitwig. You can do it, but I don't know how. When I've done it, it involves using an external instrument device to communicate with the plugin from another channel. Yeah, you can, like I said, you can do that in something like Addictive Drums. You just go here, you go here, and then what you do is when this decides to open up, Control plus play button, tap tempo. So maybe Command. Took way too long to find that one. It's probably not displayed, but Bitwig Studio does feature a tap tempo function. Yeah, I knew that there was a way to do it. I just wasn't sure how. The modulation options with Bitwig was my #1 reason for ditching Ableton. Modulation makes my music sound much more analog and human. My music in Ableton always sounds too robotic. Does Bitwig have those features? Audio to MIDI, melody, or drums, or extracting grooves? You can do like slice to drum rack. It won't take the MIDI. And there are no grooves in Ableton, but there's a really cool swing functionality that you have in Bitwig, which I'll show you in just a second. Let me show Haslo how to do this really quick. So in Addictive Drums or something, what you do is you go to separate out into post fader, or doesn't matter, but something like this. And then what you do is you close this out, and you create some MIDI tracks, and then you go to external in here, you go to Addictive Drums 2, and then you find, here's your kick. Same thing on this one, you go to Addictive Drums, here's your snare, and then one more time. Addictive Drums, then you go your hi-hat, and so now whenever this plays, that's how you can do multiple routing, or get one plugin to route to multiple outputs. All right, probability is way better in Bitwig than just a random modulating modulators. Yeah, I agree. So yeah, the swing function is great. So it doesn't do grooves. I'm not a fan of grooves anyways, but that's a personal preference. But if you've got, I don't know, something like this, right? And you right click and you go to quantize, then you've got this custom grid here that you can go all the way to 256 of divisions of beats. You can go from straight, triplet, quintuplet, or septuplet swing, and then you've got shuffle, humanize, and then a start and end amount. So it's way more robust in like actual control, but it doesn't have preset grooves for you to choose from. But I'd much rather do it this way than have a groove pool. It seems way better. So yeah, there are some randomization options that you have on the MIDI editor and stuff here, but I really love the fact that you can just go here and then like randomize the velocity or randomize the random velocity or change the gain if you want to make all this stuff. So if these are hats or whatever, like all you have to do is just introduce some chaos and then you can change the velocity to automatically humanize it, and it works really well. You can also even do that with the pitch or all of these things. Max is extremely powerful. You can basically create Bitwig in it. Well, almost. Can you randomize the quantize by X amount of ticks with Bitwig? What do you mean by that? Hold on, I need some water. I've been talking quite a bit, guys. Can you randomize the quantize? Like note starting points? Yes, sort of. It's not really randomization, but the humanize would be that. Yeah, so if you right click and you go here, you have the shuffle and then you have the humanize. The humanize would be, I think, kind of like random to where it would kind of move everything off, but I don't know if it would do it by per tick. I'd really have to sit down and study this right here to see if this would move everything together or if it would push something like... Yeah, I get what you mean, no. Yeah, so this does it on a per tick basis because this actually moved this forward. And this one... Oh, this one was moved forward too. Never mind. So yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. Excuse me. Yeah, it will. I think that it will humanize this, but it will do it by everything. Let's see. Let's go humanize. Let's see what that does. Yeah, so some of this stuff it moved forward, and some of this stuff it did not. So because that one's still on beat. This one was moved forward. That one was moved forward. So in the grid, you can add a delay and then randomize that. I feel like the MIDI grid will come eventually. So you could send this to any MIDI instrument. What Greedo said. If you had to do an exponential rhythm section, which one can do it quicker? Sorry guys, it's 2 a.m. and sleep deprivation euphoria is kicking in. I would just do it in sampler. Noise, so it has that too. I would just go like this. I don't think that using the grid or using a groove would be the funnest thing to do. But if I wanted to do an exponential rhythm, I would just set this here and turn the loop on. Oh shit. Actually, you can do it this way too. So if I want to go this way, hold on, let me go to the start point. There you go. And so you can either do it by the loop length is over here. My bad. What is going on here? That's odd. It's not supposed to be playing through this. Where is this playing to? This isn't even working. What? Okay, that must be a bug or something. I don't know why that wasn't working. Hold on one sec. Let's try that again. Okay, loop. Set the loop point here. There you go. Okay, so if you want to do an exponential rhythm, I would just do it this way. Yo, this is confusing because the title says no 11 beta stream. At a glance, this looks like no 11 beta stream as a number 11. So which is this in mine? It just looks like the first sentence. But you can make... nice sound. Yeah, so making exponential rhythms I think is a lot easier to do in that way. And you can actually automate this, and I don't think that you can automate this on a Ableton sampler. Well, then you have polarity with old German man yells at Bitwig. Nice sound, but can you make the 3-note starting point vary it for, let's say, 3 notes that are played at the same time like a chord? Yeah, I don't see why not. So with this in mind, it just looks like the first sentence. No. Am I switching to Ableton? No. And then parentheses, beta 11 stream. Live arpeggiator is really fast with the exponential rhythm section. Unsync live arpeggiator and automate to the MS takes almost no time. I mean, you can do that in this too. So you go arpeggiator. You push a note. Wait, what happened? Hold on. Undo. You just turn this off, same thing. And you can do the same thing. But I would still rather do it this way. But I mean, yeah, there's a lot of different ways to get to the same thing. The comping stuff is pretty dope in Ableton 11. I know you have, but when you teach this kind of stuff, I know you... Wait, what? Do I have Bitwig tutorials? Yeah, I've got a comprehensive guide to Bitwig on the interwebs. Fun fact, Bitwig is from Germany. Isn't Ableton as well? And Native Instruments? And Cubase? And... what else? Yeah, like everything is from Berlin. Yuhi. I'm sure there's more. Automate this. Takes no time. Something. In the grid, you could add a delay and then randomize that. I feel like the mini grid will come eventually. Well, you can send MIDI into the grid. But I guess you're talking about like a dedicated MIDI grid. Steinberg, right, Cubase. Did you hit us up with a link? I think I missed it. Sugar Bites. Presidents and Logic. To Germans. Yeah. Thanks, Germany. Thanks for all the innovation, Germany. So is Melodyne. Jeez, that's a lot. The Germans are king in sausages and DAWs, it would seem. They've got a lot of great things going for them. A lot of good stuff. Yeah, I think like, but I guess that's pretty much like the biggest comparison between these two, though. Between these two. Sorry, I tuned out of the stream for it. That's okay, mine. No worries. Other than that, like these two are more similar than they are different. There's just like some really small workflow things, some different devices, and then a couple of like key things like the modulators and stuff. But like I said, they look almost exactly the same and they work not exactly the same, but very similarly. That's why everyone used to run away to Berlin to immerse themselves in clubs and music. You get more cool points for using Bitwig. I don't know, like I swear like right before, I would say like 2018, if you use Bitwig, people would laugh at you. I feel like it was not taken seriously until like 2019. No worries, but I'm really curious about your work. Exactly. And Bitwigger too. That's what makes you cool. Same thing with Mixcraft. What about Let's Make Music? Or Let's Make something something. Bitwig is underrated? I I guess. I mean, a lot of big producers have already looked at it or have switched over. I think Mefuse is using it now. Audica is having a lot of fun with it. I don't know if they're like converting by any means, but I just think that Bitwig is a day way. Dead Meow 5, whoever that is. For real. Bitwig is the new kid on the block. Totally agreed with the whole Bitwig not taken seriously. Yeah, well there was a lot of stuff like before this that Bitwig couldn't do. Like I feel like it just caught up as a serious taker. What makes you super cool though is not dissing anyone for their DAWs. Yeah, I agree. Mefuse, really? Yes. Wasn't there a stream with Mefuse using Bitwig? I want to say. And I don't know if he switched, but I think he was trying it out. I thought Mefuse was a loyal Cubaser. Yeah, imagine. Oh, man, just imagine if Mefuse started putting out Bitwig tutorials. Only diss Alck. Cubaser. You Cubaser. Only diss nuts. Diss noise. Nuts. But wait, everybody. This is total clickbait. I totally clickbait everybody because I'm apparently giving away a sub pack today and something else. What was that other person complaining about? I don't remember. Cubase plus 65 channels of Serum equals standard Mefuse. Man, did you guys catch that stream of him? Giveaway. Yeah, a bunch of people were being silly. Totally. Yeah, the dude has some serious projects. I just saw knobs and buttons and I clicked. I'm a simple man. I appreciate that sonic aspect. Yeah, I don't know. I think between the two, like you really can't go wrong with these, but there's a very clear reason why I switched over. And I guess to kind of summarize those things, it's like I think that Live 11 is cool. It's still missing quite a bit for it to really grow up, I think. It's got growing pains, I want to say. I heard Lauren was here before. Is that true? No, I don't think so. I don't think I've ever seen Lauren here. I love Cubase for recording, but never really got people using it for electronic music. I know Virtual Riot likes it. Until like one version ago, you couldn't pass 8 ins. Wow, are you serious? Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Are you a fan of Spitfire's aperture, or is that just a coincidence? I don't believe in coincidences. Yeah, I've never seen Lauren here before. And if he was here, he never said hi. I think they introduced max 16 inserts version in 10.5. Before that, it was 8. That's crazy. You still have a limited amount of inserts? Nah, just that the cake is a lie. No, it's not. It's not true. The cake is real, and so is wrestling. You know it is. Don't argue with me. Yeah, did anybody else have any other... it's still real to me, damn it. Did anybody else have any other questions about Live 11 versus Cubase? Or anything else that you wanted to see or cover? I think I kind of like had this quote unquote like attitude at the beginning of the stream, and that hasn't changed much, where I guess long story short, I'm not really impressed with Live. In fact, I'm kind of disappointed. That doesn't take away from it being an amazing DAW, but it does take away from the fact that it's not doing enough. Hardware workflow in Bitwig, drum machines, group tracks made up for that. All right, so the arpeggiator is sick because it's got some humanized features on here. So you've got humanized polypressure to velocity, all that stuff. You've got a mixture between straight, dotted, and triplet. You've got your different modes here. Blossom up, blossom down, randomize, all that stuff. You've got skip step, and then you can choose the individual notes if you want them to change, kind of like this. You can also change the velocity and the gate length. Turn that up. And when you start introducing randomizers here as well, or different modulators or whatever, then you can actually create a really complex kind of thing by choosing some of this stuff. If you guys haven't already, I'd advise you to go watch my IDM Melodies Melodies video, because I cover a lot of really cool Bitwig stuff on that. So you can do stop skips and you can randomize these so that way they'll play kind of like on its own. And then not only that, but what you can do is you can actually go into something called a note selector. Let me see where this is. There we go. And what you can do is you can copy these and change these up into different arpeggiators or different selectors or whatever. And now what you can also do is throw a random modulator on here and select this. So that way it's actually going to cycle between these arpeggiator settings or between these snapshots. So, and you can do this with just about anything. You can do this with a note selector, or sorry, you can do this with effects. You can do it with whatever the fuck you want. But there's a ton of options within this that you can do to create like a super complex, like, you know, still in key, but performance randomizer in that way. And you can also even change like some of the behaviors of this too, because you've got manual mode, you've got round robin, free voice, key switches, program change, CC. So that's just freaking cool. The arpeggiator in Bitwig is also a big reason for me changing to Bitwig. It's way better arpeggiator than Ableton's, at least for me. I just get better results with Bitwig's arpeggiator. Hardware clock out module as well. There's a hardware CV instrument, a hardware instrument, and a hardware effects module as well. Yes. I misremembered. I think Lauren dropped by on Axel H's feedback stream. Not sure if he clicked on archive. Just knew it was a feedback stream. How long did you use Ableton? 6 years? Yeah. I've been with Bitwig for about a year now. I started messing around with Rex 2 files and slicing to MIDI in Ableton. Hey, Dozikus. Long time no see. Or maybe you've been around. I just haven't noticed. I don't know. I feel like I haven't seen you in a long time. Hello. Welcome. What'd you use before Ableton? I used Machine. I've been producing for 7 years. So I used Machine for like 2-3 months. Then I tried Cubase. That didn't work for me. It was a terrible experience. Then I tried FL, then I tried Logic. And then I tried Ableton and found home. Oh, I tried Reason as well. And so I stuck with Ableton for about 6 years. And then I started watching more stuff on Bitwig. And I was like, wow, this is really cool. Oh, this is also really cool. Huh, this is also great. And so as a beginner, I don't think it's healthy for me to change DAWs just 1 year on Ableton for now. Yeah, and like you're gonna learn. You still have so much more to learn in your DAW, you know, and you're still developing your own workflow. But um, but you'll find that one cool thing that I think that you'll realize is that for the most part, a lot of stuff that you can do, you've been producing for a year, get out of town. Just get out of town. The hardware modules have the ability to automatically find the latency offset or manually set if you're a Borg. What's a Borg? Yes, why not? Ha. It's double the H's. It's like dating before you marry. Or cheating on your wife. No, I'm kidding. Lockdown kind of helped me. Your stuff is already really good, my dude. Borg, Star Trek. Sorry. I like Reason's capabilities, but I didn't really gel with the MIDI editing. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the rack system either. There was too many chords to try to keep up with. Like I appreciate it, and I know that there's a market for that, but trying to keep up with all that routing was just a headache for me. Skeuomorphic can go too far. Yeah, the emulation was too close. You know, it like they tried to just. Oh, just realized you're just Basque. Yep. Iwasen rack. Am I missing something here? I don't like digital modular. All those fake cables are just visual clutter. Flusters me at a certain point. And you go blind on a large screen. Yeah, like I like Faceplant because Faceplant will just highlight what's going where. You know, if you've got a modulator that's going out to something, it'll just flash in orange. And it's like, oh, that's fantastic. Now I know where this is going. But like having like a billion fucking cables, you know, to look at is just like, is just, yeah. I'm focusing on chopping breaks for the next month, so really any DAW will be the same, I think. Yeah, especially if you're doing it in audio. I used Reason before it had audio tracks and IMO. They were way too late to join the party. But then they released Reason rack extensions. So that's pretty good. What about replicating hardware stuff, like making stuff organic? Do you have some examples to share, please? What do you mean by replicating hardware stuff? Siri is telling me it's time to stand up, so I might stand up for a second. Faceplant is something every audio creator should at least check out. Yo, what it do? Out. What's up, Google Plus? Yeah, I'm curious as to what you mean by that question. What do you mean replicating? I'm not sure. I agree. Faceplant is bae. Renoise is awesome for chopping breaks. Reason woke up right before it nearly died. I mean, like introducing some randomness, but in a good way. Replicating hardware synth. I'm still lost. Like what kind of randomness? Do you think we will ever like analog pitch drift and stuff? Do you think we'll ever see Bitwig using groove swing files like how Ableton does without the groove pull? This is one advantage I feel Ableton still has over Bitwig. I don't think so, Chew. But I also have to say that I think that the swing stuff that Bitwig has is better than the groove. I don't like. You're like one of the only people I know that likes the grooves in Ableton. How are the new effects in Ableton 11? They're probably the best thing about the update, I'd say. Well, the randomness of like analog stuff is usually pretty subtle, like random phase, little bits of pitch drift. Okay, so yeah, we can do that. Grooves and extract grooves are awesome. I think, yeah, maybe extract groove is cool, but like I don't like the groove pull thing in general. I would just like, I just want fucking swing, regular good old fashioned swing. Yeah, I'm sorry I misunderstood what you're saying. I just wanted to make sure that I was answering your question in the right way. All right, so if you've got something really simple like FM4, then what you can do is, sorry, you go over here and you click on this little thing right here, which is voice stacking. And then you go to the pitch like that and just drag it up ever so slightly. And this is cool because you can, by using this, you can add unison to pretty much anything. So what we can do is we go to voice stacking, we go to like 4. And you can have up to, this one says 5, I guess. Emulating analog synths. Check out the vid for how to get analog sound. I love the groove pull in Ableton. Yeah, it's not for me personally. And if you want this to kind of spread out more, then you just highlight this again and you can kind of it's already a great feature, 60 voices. I think you can do more. Yeah, I think you can have up to 128. Yeah, so there's a lot of awesome shit that you can do with that. What other stuff would be about analog? I guess if you use Polymer as well, you can also go the lazy way. Can it do microtone? Dude, this is like the king of microtonal. No, totally fine. So you go into, what is it called? Micro pitch. And this is actually just a microtonal thing. So I just usually use a preset or something, but you've got all these different options here. And if you click on this, you can actually go from 12 notes into EDO mode, to where you have more than 12 intervals. You just set the amount of divisions that you want, and you can change the root key. Does voice stack work for audio as well? No, you have to throw it in a sampler. That sounds like the entrance to like a boss or something in an old game. So yeah, there's that. There's your modular sound. All right, if there was one feature you would want in a VST or DAW, what would it be? It depends on the DAW data. I don't know. That's hard. Can I think about it for a second? Yeah, to answer your question though, no, it does not do voice stacking on that, and that's because it's not MIDI. So the way that you would do voice stacking in the same way, right, every DAW is missing something, but the way that you would do voice stacking in that way is you would just do this, and then what you would do is grab the pitch of this and detune it by like that much, and then grab it another one, and then detune this by like that much, and then you'll see Just multi-sample and then adjust. Yeah, you can do also go into a multi-sample as well. But I think he was talking about just working specifically in audio. I'm pretty sure that you can randomize anything in this, so, or modulate anything in here. So if you go to random, yeah, all of this stuff is, you can modulate. I think the biggest thing that I would like to see within a DAW is like actually fully featured modular, because Bitwig is close, but it's not 100% modular. Or effects grid, some pitch shifters. Yeah, that too. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of stuff that Bitwig specifically could use, but I mean, other than that, if it were something for Bitwig, and I just say Bitwig because that's what I use, is just a freaking slicer of some sort with a bunch of different warp modes. Don't forget, you can also modulate all the settings in a VST as well. Right, so you can actually make any VST modular because of this, which you can technically do in Ableton as well. It's just a pain to set up because sometimes you have to set it up to, yeah, you have to like pull out the CC and the thing. So it's like 2 or 3 extra steps. But yeah, if you wanted Serum to be modular, if you wanted Vital to be modular, then you can just do it through this stuff. So there's a ton of possibilities for sound design. I really think that I'm with you on that. We're so close to DAWs being full streamlined and stable modular. Yeah, modulating VST controls makes every VST infinitely more powerful. Yeah. And it's kind of cool too, though, because now these days, like, VSTs are starting to become more modular. You know, they're starting to think in that way. And I think that it's a great direction to grow, and save it as a preset. Hey, and save yourself some time. Yeah, exactly. But I would like to see just more of that. I would like to see like a fully modular DAW. And this is also a weird request, but I want fucking glossy colors. like I would love for this to look like a different face, or like have a different skin. Ever consider getting Eurorack modular in your future? No, I don't care for hardware personally. I like working on a computer or on a laptop that I can take with me. But like, yeah, like I want this to have like a fucking metallic finish or like a glass finish or something, to where it looks like a puzzle bobble bubble thing. Is that too much to ask? That makes no sense. Or maybe I should look into Reaper, because I hear that Reaper is the most flexible when it comes to skins. God, no, be in debt forever. I know, right? Epoxy plugin, that's a great idea. So Bitwig plugin skins would be cool, or Bitwig skins would be cool. Yeah, I think so too. I don't know. What about you guys? What are some features that you think like no other DAW has, or maybe not even that, but just something that you want within whatever it is that you're using? You know what else would be sick? Like like a built-in outside source sampler. Automate grain size. Yeah. Proper touch. Fuck yeah. I totally agree with that too. Though you need a proper touch device for that. Yeah, why can you not? Actually, you can automate the grain size in Bitwig. Are you not in Bitwig, BK? Oh, sad. Sad. Actually, with what's it called? You can. Alckemy, have you seen it's a fully modular DAW? No, I've never heard of that before, but I'll take a look at it. You can in clips, but in percentages. ISO seems to really like it. Yeah, I'll check it out. I still feel like I have so much to learn about Bitwig, but it's been a great freaking ride. Where's the LFO module in Bitwig? I want to add movement to a VST filter. You click on this little key right here at the bottom, and you go to plus, and then you just type in LFO, and then you've got all of these. Oversampling on anything, that's pretty much that's what I want. I'll check out Bitwig. I'm seeing another rabbit hole. Thanks. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you're using what is it called? Granulator 2, actually. If you're using that, then you can automate the size, the grain size on the mobility node. I'd like to see Ableton or other DAWs take on what UA did with their audio interfaces and satellite units. Can you go further into detail? Because that's kind of vague. Granulator 2, Electric Boogaloo. I mean, it works. Cubase has loop mash, but it's too like the effects being processed externally. What? Go grab the demo. You have no time limit or nasty noises popping up. Just don't save export. You know what else would be cool? Like a built-in external recorder / sampler. My dream feature is LFO tables. So like a wavetable, but with LFO. Or morphable LFOs. I could have sworn I've seen something with that. I can't remember what. Free Bitwig for sound design and just record. Morphable custom LFOs. Yeah, I do think that changing shapes in that way would be really cool. Live input for guitar or Vox to be more diverse in latency devices. The live input with granular and max for live device Samsara was kind of neat. It's kind of out there, and Serum can sort of do it, but not really. I think someone made LFO tables for Faceplant or for Vital. Well, I think it's like the workflow itself, BK, not just like an actual thing. UAD processes its plugins inside the interface, which means you can monitor effective recordings with little to no latency, but because extra latency, which is dumb. I would like to see it quantized to a specific key in the MIDI editor. But yeah, if Bitwig Sampler could record audio in, that would be awesome. Like Serum's LFO points modulation, you mean? No, so like imagine if like you've got a wavetable synth, right? And you can kind of like move along the waveform. Well, what if you had that as a modulator as the shape, but it was an LFO? So like you could morph on a filter between a smooth curve into on a smooth curve into like a square. But the problem with that though, and the reason why this is so unique is because on a typical wavetable, it stops on a cycle, whereas an LFO is continuously moving. And so you would literally have to make like 120 something different LFO shapes or whatever that are all continuously moving at the same time in order to be able to kind of swap between that. Because on here, you've got something that is kind of similar. If you go to LFO here, you've got a very basic shape to where you can morph between curved or I guess like these other shapes. But this isn't the same thing because the LFO is always moving no matter what. Do wavetables exist but for filters? Yes, there are morphable filters. We do that a lot here. I just got Hydrasynth 49 before Christmas. It's a monster sound design machine. I don't even know what that is. Also, filter and distortion tables would be rad. Make everything a table. That kind of seems like it's easy to do morphing LFOs with Eurorack. I feel like that's why you like thermal data, because isn't thermal kind of like a wavetable distortion? Logic X has this feature. It's really handy. I'm on Logic 10 the most. Live has had a scale for a long time. I think Bitwig can do it. What are you on? Wait, what I miss? A quantized to scales? Awesome. I'm getting the desktop Hydrasynth and controlling it with a Digitact. Hi, Polly. Oh, I should have said hi to you earlier. My bad. Morphing is awesome on the Hydrasynth. Next stimulus check and it's mine. What is that? Hydrasynth. I feel like we've looked this up before. I don't remember though. Images. Hardware synth, super feature rich, good price. Um. I know, but no. This is somebody asked me would I ever go to hardware, and this is why I wouldn't. Looks cool, but no, no thanks. I'm cool. I'll fucking stay at home. And this cost 2 times. This is the price of 2 Bitwigs for this. Like I just can't. I can't wrap my head around that. You could buy 2 licenses of Bitwig for this price. I was looking for quantize the scales, but didn't know how. You go to diatonic transposer, and then you can pick a scale, and then you can you pick a key, and then you can pick different scales here. Ah, 2 Bitwigs. I'll buy that car for 10 Bitwigs, no less. Honestly, not a single hardware wavetable synth even sounds as close to as good as Serum, let alone a newer wavetable synth. Uh-oh. Hardware versus digital. So how are the pitching stretching algorithms on Bitwig compared to Ableton? That's my main tool on a lot of stuff. It's great, but it's different. I can't really explain it. You'll just have to play with it yourself, to be honest. If a piece of hardware could make fries, I'd be on it in a second. Yes, but it should quantize the notes in the editor. Oh. If you've got notes, and let's say they're off, you just highlight them all, and then you go right click, and then you go to quantize, and then it's all there. Data Broth, have you checked out Vital? Are you for real, Wuzzle? You're kidding, right? You're kidding, right? It's Mario. Yeah, so there's your note quantize. Unless if yes, got it, but to a scale, it's possible. What do you mean by scale? Digital hardware synths aren't interesting to me. Data, no. I know you're comparing SW to hardware. Key scale? You mean like force all the keys into a scale? No, you can't do that in the MIDI editor. You can only do that via this. You can do that in Bitwig, but you can't do that you can do that in Ableton, but you can't do that in Bitwig. That function does not exist yet. You have to use the diatonic transposer in order to get everything to snap to to quantize to the scale. Smoother filters. Those filters better tickle my nostrils for me to throw that much something that does the same thing any VST with the filter on it does. Right? Excuse me. I just realized that I've been babysitting. Yep, got it. For all intents and purposes, it's a scale tool. I just realized that I've been babysitting a Reese's, so sorry everybody, but I'm about to eat this damn piece of chocolate that I've been babysitting. For all intents and purposes, it's a scale tool. It works. Never mind, I see your YouTube page. I was gonna say, hold on. On that note, that's what I was just about to say. If you check the factory content, Data is actually on there. He's literally in the factory content. I submitted as well, but Matt didn't like my presets. Feels bad, man. Can we just like brag about Can we just brag about data for a hot sec? Who is that? He's literally in the factory content. Glork Glunk also literally in the factory content. You ever use VCV rack? No, I haven't. I'm not really into modular. I know that seems like an oxymoron or hypocritical, but yes, it works, but it's quite confusing to see the notes and the wrong notes. Kind of drive. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, there's no way to do it in the editor. Well, I didn't know that ink was in here. Mr. Bill. Golosile. Hey, Scythe made it in. That's cool. I didn't know that. I'm not into hardware emulation modular. Right. I'm not into connecting chords. Even the grid stuff, I'm very rudimentary at grid stuff. And I can make stuff, but like my understanding of the grid is so basic. Reactor is fun. That's what everybody says, but Vital uses way too much CPU. Native Instruments Razor wants to know your location. Yeah, I haven't seen you touch the grid much. There's some cool stuff I think you dig in the grid. I mean, I use it. Does anyone even use Razor? I don't know. Does anybody use Razor anymore? Hey, Way. Hi, fellow. Yeah, so, I mean, I can do stuff like this. Or I've made generators in the grid. But remind me of BT, this binary universe. I think I have to push a key for this to actually start doing stuff. Yeah. Let's see, we got all of this shit. You won't. Is there any physical modeling dedicated to stuff in Bitwig, or I just guess? I don't think so. I don't think you can set them to go that slow. Yeah, so, I mean, I do mess around in grid here and there, and I've got some stuff for sale. with the grid. But yeah, like I said, it just takes too long to do stuff. Sounds like my Ableton after a couple instances of reverb. Lol. Is there any physical modeling dedicated stuff in Bitwig, or I guess the grid would be an interesting model of style synthesis? I'm not familiar enough with Bitwig yet. Yes, there's also a resonator bank, which is pretty cool. Then that's what I want out of a DAW. Super slow LFOs and proper chaos modulation capabilities. Fair enough. There is the resonator bank, for one. And I wouldn't necessarily use this for physical modeling, but it's definitely something that you can... I wouldn't use just this as physical modeling, rather. I think that's what I was wanting to say. Let me grab... Draw a long automation curve. Yeah, just like one, or I guess two curves every 50, or one curve every 15 minutes. FM4. But you can kind of hear with this that it kind of already gets into that world, and then you can enable key tracking. So but I mean, honestly, I would just grab like EQ plus and just do a crap ton of pitch things anyways. So if you wanted to like get into like dedicated physical modeling, I'll just go here and go to town with this stuff. I don't like that. Okay, I was gonna say. How many bands can you have on this? 8, I think. I don't know. Probably just use a different parametric EQ or whatever, but you'll have to set up an instrument selector to make it poly. No presets and saving directly on modules. Within Bitwig is kind of... Yeah, that's true. Off subject, but on Thursdays, do I post on self-promo? No, you post in stream feedback 999. Is that EQ dynamic? I don't think so. Does guess? I think he was making a joke. Yeah, I had some modular gear. I like slow LFOs and chaos. Is this EQ dynamic? I don't think it is. I don't... No, it's not. You can make any... Yeah, you can... Yeah, that's true. You can just throw an envelope follower on it, so you can... that is true. Throw envelope follower, envelope follower. And then what you would do is you would set this to the gain and then turn it down. So whenever this makes a noise, it will dip. So yeah, it is. I have to go see everyone. But there is a preset. Nice stream and thanks for all the tips. Yeah, for sure. Thanks for coming in, Aperture. Good to see you. Crud, I gotta go too. It's almost 3:30 a.m. Yeah, get some sleep, man. Appreciate you guys coming in and checking out Live 11 with me and kind of discussing whether or not it would be for you or not. What's cool is that you can have each band respond to an entirely different track. Yeah, that's true as well. Multi-track dynamic EQ. Yeah, man, the stuff that you can do in Bitwig just blows my freaking mind. I still learn stuff about it all the time. And like having a cool, like the community is small with Bitwig, but it's growing. Wow, great stream. Trying to subscribe. Oh, biannual. Yes, it's very deep. Yeah, I think that I got lucky jumping into Bitwig at the time that I did because it wasn't so like, you know, it's a good community without being rabid. I think that over time it'll become like every other community where it'll get there, but having it be small. But on the other hand, it's missing fundamentals. What else do you think that it's missing? I want an LFO as slow as my brain. How slow can you make an LFO? I think it's like 0.01. I want to say. I will say that on that note, it's missing a multi-stage envelope, which I do not know why. So you can go down to 0.02 hertz. That's as slow as you can go. Yeah, I don't get why we don't have a multi-stage envelope, but all the Ableton and Cubase community do is complain. They all end up like that eventually. My first exposure to Bitwig was some guy on a Discord that couldn't stop talking about how it was the best DAW ever and how every other DAW is trash. What are you talking about? Nobody ever does that. I want more LFOs, like more LFO shapes, or what? Not me. I think that I definitely bashed Live 11 today, but I hope that I made a striking argument about why some of the lack of feature updates are kind of unacceptable. I like that concept of LFOs from wavetables. I think it's also pretty light on resources. It's funny because I think that person uses Reaper now. That's hilarious. I want to see a revamp on that sardine can transport bar. Oh, and live. Maybe they should have pushed 3 and 11. That's kind of strange content-wise. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Yeah, I would like to see what the push 3 can do. Nope on Bitwig. I think it's fine. You feel like it's a smush sardine can? Like, how big does it need to be? Reaper is tiny and powerful, but I hate the plugin window. It can be skinned. It looks like XP. That's true. Not enough for a version jump. Yeah, I think like I think that's kind of like the biggest connotation of this is that Cubase community complaining. I see quite the opposite. I used Reaper a long time on Mac OS. You have no CPU improvement comparing to their Windows version. Stop, Buckshot. Yeah, it's like there's live is fine. It's great. It will always be great. But I cannot recommend you to upgrade to Live 11 right now. Ableton 11 has a follow thing that looks cool for jamming with a drummer. Oh yeah, the tempo follow. I do think that's cool. I like to snag Bitwig sometime this year, even though I'm a live main at the moment, just as even as an alternate workflow option. I definitely dig areas about it that I think live drags its feet in. And if you have like a Windows tablet, then that would be an excellent choice too. You know, like if you have like a Surface Pro or something, and you can use the touch features with it and kind of goof around. That's a pretty fun thing to do. Why can't I recommend it? Because I don't think that it has enough features to justify the large price tag of upgrades. This is more like Ableton 10.5 than 10 to 11. Do you go on the Steinward forums? I haven't been there in a while, so maybe it's changed, but that was my impression of it. Well, I can say that Greedo has been with Cubase and representing since he's been here on the stream, which has been a while now. Actually, it's been a long time. Long time. Launchpad X. Serious slow LFO, time-based minutes, hours, days, weeks, months. Non-sized. It's just a little cram to the left for my eyes. They could make it more uniform with the rest of the interface. You mean like throw it in the middle because everything is pushed over to the left? Gives me Photoshop vibes or something. I think that they did that so that way you have more space for like shortcuts, right? So if you wanted to add more shortcuts up here, I think that's kind of why they moved everything over. More scalable, perhaps. I would definitely like some Bitwig skins. Again, man, I want those glossy colors. I want those like Puyo Puyo Pop Tetris looking blocks, man. Like I want this to be like glossy purple. Candy Raver? Fuck yeah. Something like that. I see Discord feedback. Where is feedback 999? New to Discord, sorry. Should be right below it. Oh, sorry. Alckemy CTF feedback. I'm sorry. We recently changed it. That's my bad. It goes here. But I would wait to submit because it's 3 days until Thursday. And you also have to be present in order to get feedback. Black and pink to match my renoise. As far as colors, I just want the backgrounds to be able to have a dark mode. Yeah, I think that would be good too. Everything is dark except for the light gray backgrounds. Cool, thanks. I will. Unsure if they found any good ones. Ableton keeps asking for developers. Really? Bobby, the forums are usually people looking to solve issues, but in the Cubase Facebook groups, I'm in most people are super happy with Cubase. Hey, cool, koala. Yeah, I would say that a lot of people complain about Bitwig too, because that's what we do as people. We complain. Is there a more easy way to load a dual mono plugin in Bitwig rather than use the LR container and nest the plugins there? It's a huge downside as well. I mean, that would probably be the same thing though, right? I guess you could use a tool, right? You could grab a couple of tools and group that. Everything is stereo, no? Yeah, it is. Long-term frequency modulator. You're like the only person I know that would have the patience for that. But yeah, I suppose that you could like pull up, it's just as much work, but you could pull up a tool. Hit L, duplicate, hit R, shift, group. And then you've got that. I'm still hating Ableton 9, and now there's 11. Forget about it. I think the upgrade from 9 to 10 was justified. I think 9 to 10 was a significant upgrade, but 10 to 11, no. The snapshot feature on 10 was pretty freaking good. What if you had a sine wave you pulse stretched a few days in length and put an envelope follower as a stretched wave to act as a pretend LFO? Yikes. 10 was a killer update. Yeah, I agree. I was really excited about the 10 update. And the free stretching mode and stuff, I think, as well. Like the handle, I think, was that introduced in 10, where you can stretch via the handle or something? The complaining voices are usually louder than the satisfied ones, so there's that too. Well, yeah, but the squeaky oil gets the wheel, right? People complain about complaining, but that's what gets done. That's something that I learned in government class. Hi, Patrick. The price upgrade studio is nuts. Wait, what? Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know. It's not worth it to me personally. Does that mean that it won't be worth it to you? Absolutely not. Because maybe some of these features you've been waiting for a long time, but they're like, oh, MPE, the best feature you've never heard. MPE is now available for live. And it's like, okay. Nice. My biggest gripe about 10 was mostly stability issues, I think. I had a lot of crashing in Ableton Live 10. I had a ton of crashing. Very often it's their hardware that causes the issue. FMPE is buggy. I think MPE is cool, but it's not like a groundbreaking thing anymore. MPE has been around for like what, 5 years now? With the rolling. Actually, shit, I think even longer than that. MPE is multi-polyphonic expression, so it means that like every note that you play has different expression controls. MIDI 2.0. I thought that was like a software thing. Logic 10.6.1 is a nightmare, buggy as hell. Yikes. The Bitwig beta on 3.3 was a nightmare. Like I got like balls deep into a project and lost it. Live is crashy crashy on Windows. It locks the audio device sometimes, so you have to do a full reboot to get it cleared. Kills the vibe. That's cool about the Facebook groups. I was just talking about my experience with the forums. Lots of dedicated forums are like that. I'm a rolly up one right now. Message retracted. Did I miss something? I don't know. Yeah, 3.3 beta issues at one point were really bad. They were pretty bad. Standalone gear for me, thank you. But I think that was the first time they had that bad of an issue. Yeah, I can't remember another time that Bitwig was just like total ass. It's pretty stable for the most part. Three point three was struggle. Yes, such struggle. It was like literally like trying to break out of its cocoon. And I think that it needed another try, or like a continue from Sonic or something. I can't wait to see how every DAW will compare once optimized versions launch for the Apple. Me too, man. I have an M1, and so far Bitwig has been pretty damn good. I don't think any of this stuff is running natively yet. It's not, which is crazy. So I think that the optimization that's yet to come is going to be pretty awesome. Bobby, I still highly disagree with your statement that most of the community complains, also referring to the Cubase forum. Greedo is making a point. You change your mind. You take that statement back. Right now. Cubase is the greatest ever. And you are not free to disagree with me. People mainly complain about baby bugs and new updates, usually solved in the next patch. Can't wait for iPad apps to run on Mac. Sector and Sampler will be fun. Did you know that iPad apps do run on Mac? Did you know that was a thing? You guys didn't know? Like, I'm on Tinder on my Mac. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not on Tinder. But they suck without the touch. It's not so bad. Like, I've got Hyper Light Drifter, Bloodstain, Chrono Trigger, Symphony of the Night. I had Instagram at one point. No, I'm not mad if that's his. No, I'm sorry, Greedo. I was just kidding. But yeah, let's move on. Every time there's a new update, forum has a big meltdown of all the things they didn't add. You can't press multiple things at once. You can if it has controller support. I was unaware they finally got that in there, but it's only for the new fancy M1s, right? Yes. HLD has a mobile port. Yeah. And it's like $6. And this actually of all of these, Hyper Light Drifter is the only thing that runs natively. So like this will, all this other stuff I had to really fucking like find a workaround to get going. Actually, Bloodstain doesn't work, but let's just agree to disagree on the department. Limbo was a neat aesthetic and side info. A Hollow Knight. Okay, I'm more concerned about the iOS music apps, not games. Yeah, you can get any app on here. All you have to do is you download this thing called, hold on, where is it? Yeah, you download this thing called iMazing, and then this will allow you to get any kind of to get any app that's on that. Good luck with all that. I'm out. Good luck with all what? See you, Patrick. Thanks for coming in. But yeah, it's only supported on the new M1 or on the M1 Max. They suck without the touch. How do you feel about mixing big projects in Bitwig? I think it's fine. It doesn't bother me. I usually do that. Seems like all the MPE controllers may have been too expensive to make MPE more standardized usable over just automating or modulating layers. I agree. I do think that MPE is hella overrated. I literally threw my laptop at the wall when Ableton 4 crashed for the 100th time. I didn't break, but that was enough for me to go full hardware. Eek. Need Apple M Pro with 32 gig on chip. I agree with that too. I would have bought that if that was available. Sorry, I would have saved up for it. Actually, YouTube, you have a 16 gig Alckemy? Yes, I do. Actually, the YouTube channel, meaning you guys, actually really helped me out quite a bit in getting a new computer. Thank you guys for that. I was doing a donation drive for that, and I got a really healthy amount of donations, and I was chipping in money, and YouTube was chipping in money, and then I was making some decent sales off the sample pack store, and like every means of income that I had, I was putting towards that computer, and it paid off. So thank you. I appreciate that. We live to serve. I think that's reciprocal, right? Full-time YouTube is quite an endeavor. It's really fun, but man, it's quite an endeavor. If we talk complaints, I do see a lot of disappointed people about Rolly. Yeah, me included. I think their software is sick, but their hardware does leave stuff to be desired. Well, nothing's perfect. So I really like what they did with the M1s, but I'm going to bite my nails for another generation so everything is stable. Developers will take a long time to catch up. It's pretty stable for the most part, but I think that you would be better off waiting if you can, because like the M1X or whatever that's going to come out this year is going to be like insane. I have no experience with Mac. I've thought about buying an older MacBook, but I can't bring myself to do it. I would not buy an older Mac right now. The M1 chips are so far ahead of anything Intel right now at this point that it would be ludicrous to buy an older MacBook. Like, there's literally no reason why. NI? What are you saying, Wiggles? Just play the waiting game. If into, you can fork on an M1. Yeah, and not only that, but like the Intel Macs are so much more expensive than the M1s. So, oh, Native Instruments. I don't really care so much about losing Native Instruments. I think I miss SonarWorks more than anything. That's like one of the only other pieces of software that actually don't work. I can't think of anything else that's not compatible. You're talking about hardware prices out, which I don't disagree with, but holy hell, the prices really asked for a MIDI controller. I do. Did you upgrade to an M1, Wiggles? Yeah, the Seaboard prices are ridiculous. I bought my i9 MacBook. It's still a great computer. I guess I'll have to wait until the newer MacBooks are under 800. Dude, just get a wait. No. Just get a Mac Mini. They're like $700. If you're not worried about portable, Intel Macs are like slapping a V8 into a Tesla. That is a great analogy, and it's also hilarious. Yeah, I want a laptop. Still, $699. That's not bad. You can get a Mac Air, which has almost the same exact performance of the MacBook Pro for like what, $999? Yeah. I can switch everything I have also on a Mac. How does M1 CPU compare against AMD Ryzen CPUs? AMD CPUs are finally good now surpassing Intel. It depends. You'd have to look at the benchmarks, because the benchmarks actually are pretty accurate with performance versus the numbers. Like, it doesn't compete with like a Ryzen some things. I don't really know. I don't really know the numbers, to be honest, but it does pretty damn well for the price point. My machine is fast, but seeing an improvement on the M1 is quite impressive. As a mobile setup, it blows anything off the ballpark. Yeah, and if you have a laptop, like, this might sound crazy, but I get like 2 days of battery with this, like well over 20 hours of battery life. And not only that, but these computers like almost never get hot. So I'm streaming right now. I've also got Bitwig open, and I've got 2 displays on, and my computer is completely cooled to the touch without a fan on. I guess I'll stay on this machine. Yeah, I think that would be worth it. I think that you should. Sorry, one display. My bad. To an external display. I meant this display and another one. My bad. That's pretty nuts. I get like 5 hours of battery. Yeah, the battery life on this is absolutely insane. My Intel Mac is only coupled to 1 and it's catching fire. Is that MacBook Air 15? No, this one is the 13 Pro. Actually, it competes with everything but very high core count chips. I'm still rocking a 67K Intel inside a vending machine sized case. Nice. I mean, whatever gets the job done. And the cool thing is, like, for the most part, display link adapter allows for more screens, right? But it's pretty taxing on the GPU, isn't it? I want to say. Like, I thought about getting like a 4K monitor and stuff, but I'm worried about how much GPU that takes. Still a solid Is that an i7? I heard that. What was the deal with that on Intel? Like, I heard that an i7 was actually like freaking awesome. If buy a Toshiba, you can throw them at walls all day and they won't break. Dude, I bought a Toshiba hard drive like 5 years ago. That was like a 3 terabyte and it fucking failed on me and I lost everything. Everything. All of my Ableton projects. I guess generation 2 or 3 M chips would be mind-blowing. Yeah, I'm really curious to see like if they're going to bring back fans on that, or I'm on a 2K monitoring and I dig it. Oof. Yeah, I'm curious to see like if they're going to bring back the wattage up on those to get more performance, or like what's going to happen with that, because the standard that the MacBook Air and the MacBook Pro set with like everything being cool to the touch and all that is pretty like, that almost seems like a feature that everybody's going to come to expect these days, right? The only thing is Apple and their operating rush every year upgrade is lunatic nuts. Yeah, I agree with that too. It is crazy that they update every freaking year. But their technology is advancing quite a bit, so what can you say? They're causing so many problems. Yeah, I think I'd be more concerned with like the problems that they're causing to the real world than anything else, but that's another conversation for another day. I gotta give props to anyone that can do music production on a laptop. I cannot stand doing music on a laptop. It's too small. It feels so cramped when you have a lot of windows or open apps. I mostly, yeah, I've been doing music on a laptop for 5 years now. 6 years. I took a 2-year break and got an iMac, and I had that for like 2 years. But yeah, I don't mind. I like being able to lay down in bed and just plug in some headphones. I'm on Logic since 22 years. Man, that's a long time to be making music. That's freaking awesome. I wonder if I'm going to be like really good or something if I've been using something for that long. I think the only hobby I've been doing for 20 plus years is like nothing, actually. Let's see, I've been doing martial arts and flips for about 15. I've been doing music for 8. So yeah, I haven't been doing anything for 2 decades other than breathing, sleeping, eating, and being a human. Laptop for laying in the bed because I'm lazy, and desktop for focus. Do you trick? Bro, you know what that... Oh, dude, fuck yeah. Finally, somebody knows what that is. Yeah, Sonic, I used to be a performer. I was in Cirque and also... but I'm an OG tricker, so like I'm old now. Which martial arts? Jeet Kune Do and a form of Kung Fu. Oh, damn. But it's a nightmare how they are treating operating system compatibility with Logic X versions. Yeah, martial arts and tricking and circus stuff was actually my profession before this stuff. That's what I did for a living. Yeah, yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Um, I used to okay, so you'll get a kick out of this. I used to train with Jeremy Marinas and Anis and Danny Graham. There was a place in LA called White Lotus, and that's pretty much where everybody went in LA, and that was just the spot, and that was like that's where I did a lot of my cultivation. Are you serious? Yeah, I've got pictures with them and stuff. Actually, hold on. Hold on one second. This might be interesting to you. What is this? Which doll? Bro, I haven't seen it. Well, Jeremy has been doing stunts. Actually, he got hurt a long time ago, and I haven't seen him around much. The last time I saw him was... Dude, can I get to my other fucking... What the fuck? This is Bitwig Studio. Okay, for some reason it won't let me drag this to the other thing, but... That's really weird. But well, you know, COVID. Yeah, I'm in Germany right now. I'm pretty far away from you. Bro, I haven't seen I haven't seen Jeremy since like 2012 at the Red Bull gathering in Vegas. That was such an experience. So funny. I was at Loop Kicks in 2013 where I shattered my ankle, and because I shattered my ankle, that's how I got into music. I had friends in Cirque Montreal, but you know, COVID. Yeah, all the performers are home right now, myself included. My roommate was in Ka, and he's kind of the guy that got me into, or he's the guy that invited me to come to Vegas to start trying out for Cirque, and he's been out of work for a really long time, and they're like all the shows. Actually, Cirque went out of business, so yeah, Jefferson Lewis III. Furious Forest, Ryan Murray, yeah, Ryan Renfer. Who else was part of the DMV Trickers? JL through the Epic Gatherings. Oh, you're from the East Coast, yeah, dope. Yeah, that's freaking cool. Neil. Love Neil. Used to roll with FS. That's crazy, man. Small world. Small world. Yeah, I when I was teaching tricking, I definitely but I borrowed a lot of got a bill, need to chop some breaks before bed. Take it easy. Thanks for coming in, Doze. I appreciate it. I'll see you later. Yeah, sorry, we got into the talking about tricking and stuff, but that's not very often that I run into somebody that talks about tricking and acrobatics and stuff. Yeah, that's fucking sick, man. That's super cool. There was one other person from Australia that's a tricker. And I can't remember his name, but he comes in from time to time. And I don't know if he still practices or not, but yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, man, I miss tricks tutorials. That's my shit. I really miss tricks tutorials. That was the thing. But yeah, where did I coach and master professionally for USAG for 8 years? Yeah, now Juji's all famous and nobody knows who he is and like what he's done for the community. They just recognize him as the Taco Bell guy. Is it true that you ain't tricking if you got it? No, you're always tricking in some way or another. Also, hi, Yelly. Welcome. You always tricking, baby. We always tricking. That's all we do out here is we do tricks. Hi, dude. Was good. Now you're doing audio tricking. I still trick. Injuries suck. That's the best advice that I can give somebody about physical athleticism is injuries suck ass. But what can you say? Oh no, that was in 2013. I'm dealing with a knee injury now. Bitwigging is tricking. Heck yeah. Dinner time, gotta go. Thanks for the info and talk. Yo, thanks for coming in, Chu. Take it easy. Six stream covered a lot today. Got to run off to. It's 3 a.m. across the pond. Peace out, everyone. Thanks for coming in, Mono. Take care of yourself. I'll be around. I will be around doing other things. I'm talking to myself now. I was trying to do something with chat, but they really need to change that. Bitwigging is a tad troublesome. I had to get a double hip reconstruction and fusion spine surgery on my L4, F5, and your... Oh, man. Holy shit, dude. What were you doing? Been on the mend for like 6-7 years? Jesus Christ, dude. Bit racist to some. Jeez. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. It definitely is like a knee-jerk thing, but like you also kind of have to like take that out and like not go into that train of thought for the name. I say wiggling or wiggler. You know, if we can convince the Whittler to get on Bitwig, cough cough, if anybody hangs out on his streams, then he could be a Bit Whittler. And then he can change his Discord server name to that. See where I'm going with this, guys? See what I mean? See what I mean? Good night, guys. Quite late over here. Thanks for doing this here. Digging more deep into Bitwig the next days. Cheers. Cool, man. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Greedo, sorry, that's a Canadian thing. A Bitwigster? Keeping it wig... Stop. Just stop. Hey, Wiggles. I had a congenital FYI cam impingement with the pincer, which caused my L5 to not fully develop, but I didn't know until it was all jacked up. Yikes, dude. Bill says butt wangers. What is that? Like, I'm still secretly trying to convert him as well, because I know that he would just do so many cool things in Bitwig. Why? Like, what do we have to do to get Bill to switch? He's already so annoyed about people asking him. It's because he knows. It's his calling. But he's lucky. He's lucky that we can't have a conversation with him. Wig the bits. Wuzzle, you said bit racist, like Bitwig racist. Yeah, I caught it. It was a pun. I've seen Mr. Bill use Bitwig on his streams. He has like maybe once or twice. He's just so fast in Ableton. It's like the same thing. It takes like a month to adjust. It takes like a month. And is always collabing. You know, that's one thing that I think is really freaking cool that he does. Like, he will collab with anybody. He's, speaking of Sonic, do you know who G-Space is? Did you know that G-Space is Grady Bergen? And he's a tricker that I know, but he's actually like a tricker musician that made it. Bitwig needs to open up their dev environment to convert people over. Scripting. Fair enough. They basically have their own Max for Life type environment. They used to build stuff, but they only gave us the grid. Maybe that'll change in an update. I didn't know that, but that's actually interesting. Maybe somebody will like pry that thing open and make that. Not sure if I know G-Space. Hopefully. He's getting pretty big. And he's from the States. He's actually from Massachusetts. He's from What team was he part of? Furious Force territory. Yeah, like Jaime and Jaime and Trisha. It would help convince people reliant on M4L to take a look. I'd love to see Wolg move over. Yeah, me too. I've even talked to him about it. I was like, hey, dude, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But I think Wolg is too invested into Max for Live to even like look over this way. But I just know, man, I know that people like that could do some crazy things. Jaime, I haven't seen him in so long. He's a cool guy. Funny story, actually, Sonic, Jaime and I battled in 2013, getting mad nostalgia. And actually, Jaime is actually getting into music as well. I don't know if you knew that or not. You should reach out to him if you know him, or even if not. I'm sure that he would like to join in on the music community. But he makes some good beats and also does some cool visual stuff. It's a small world after all. You must be able to throw some solid tricks. His basics were solid. I'd say my best trick is a cork snapu or a cork D-leg twist. But I never dubbed. I never triple corked. USA. That's not a small trick. I mean, these days it is, with how good people are. Like, the people are so good that like they're just like laughably, like all of my biggest tricks are laughably bad. It's like, what the fuck? Hold on one second, guys. I got a phone call from my brother. Sorry, my brother was asking me what I wanted for dinner. And I was like, my brother never comes home. Near Philly. Toronto. Man, I would love to live in Toronto. Well, not right now, but they have an amazing stunt community. And they also have I feel like that place would be such a beautiful place to live. I hear it's expensive and the places to live are small, but compared to where I live now, I've lived in a lot of places in my life. Vegas was great, but the people were very standoffish. It was weird. They were really nice. Like, the people were incredibly nice, but nobody ever did anything together. It was very like, hey, we're in the same place. Okay, we're all going home. LA, everyone's trying to screw you over. I've stayed in Winnipeg quite a bit, but I didn't really get to know people outside of my instructor's family that I stayed with. I never really like met people, quote unquote, you know. I have family in Canada, want to visit one day. Yeah, you should. Oklahoma is fucking embarrassing to live in, to be honest, because everybody out here is fucking hillbilly, dango nicango, god dang Geronimo, you know what I'm saying? Jump over there and grab on them highly wobblies, you know what I'm saying? Wrap on around, ride a cowboy. And it's just like, oh my God. Stop. Just fucking stop. Yeah. Howdy doody. I think that's more of like Texas. OU sucks. I don't care. Definitely evolved so much. It's hard to believe how easy people could swing rap through anything, or like Velo doing snatch cannon and Guthrie with the triple full swings. Yo, so like Guthrie and I, that's me at ATX at the moment. I know, right? I actually auditioned with Guthrie for Cirque. That was like the hardest pill to swallow of my entire life, I think. I think once I realized that he was in the same room as me, competing for the same, and if you guys don't know, but Michael Guthrie is, well, not anymore, but he's like, he was the top athlete tricker in the world, and now the best tricker in the world is some 16-year-old kid. But he was the best. He actually lived with Isaiah and I for like 3 weeks with his girlfriend while they were coming out and auditioning and stuff. So it was just crazy, man. That was such a crazy time in my life. But that's fine. You know, ATX, you know, I don't care. I don't have any affiliation to college sports because reasons, but you know, I never went to OU, so I don't care. I definitely think that OSU sucks, so there is that. I have no affiliation from college sports, but OSU freaking blows. What do you really miss in Bitwig Studio? What do you mean? I still use Bitwig Studio. I would say, what do I miss from Ableton? And to which case I miss Simpler. Midwest partner. I miss Simpler, and the snapshot feature. The MIDI snapshot device is hella underrated. IMSEG. I've kind of like gotten used to randomizers now, so I don't really care. But features missing? Yeah, I really just want a simpler. This is a trip that you're into tricking flip community so hard. Yeah, man, that's been my life for the past 15 years. Right now I'm grounded to trampoline tricks, but hopefully when it gets warmer and I get a little bit healthier, I'll get back to doing flips on the floor. Stop, Buckshot. Stop it. Stop trying to get into my lap. No. I wasn't ever really a live user, but why do so many people want simpler instead of sampler? Just faster? Have you seen... Data, I don't know if you've seen this or not, but Wolk has a tutorial on how to make IDM in like 30 minutes. And just that alone is why I like simpler. In essence, it's a slicer. But not only is it a slicer, but it also supports all of the warp modes that you can do in Ableton's audio warping. And it's just freaking, that just makes it a freaking monster of a tool. This. So I've kind of found a workaround with that, with the multi slice function, but it's kind of annoying because you have to like have a lot of premeditative choices in order to get a similar result. Whereas you just load up a whole song in simpler and then slice it on the fly and then change the warp mode on the fly, and then you get these like amazing granular cuts. And then you just like build a rhythm with that. I hear a tail. Yes, doggo. That's actually me patting him. That's me patting doggo. I see. I'll have to watch that. Yeah, it is like it. Honestly, Data, that video inspired me to write both the Infinite Corridor and the Source of Nightmares. But I get it now. This wasn't just a part of sampler. Time to record doggo patting. I'll do that for the next video. All three of them. All three doggos will get the pats on camera. You want to say hi, Buckshot? Sit. Speak. Speak. No. Stay. Down. Sit. Speak. Speak. Good boy. Good boy. We'll get a treat after stream. You'll get a biscuit. You want a biscuit? You want a biscuit? You want biscuit, puppy? You want biscuit? No, don't lick me. You eat poop. Dog cam, next time. Hey, get down. Simpler is neat. I like the fact that you can layer it up in drum racks too. Yeah. Yeah, the ecosystem of both Bitwig and Simpler, the ecosystem of both Ableton and Bitwig, and the fact that you can upload VSTs into drum cells is really freaking cool. And then you get psycho with it and like start doing multipass and multipass. And then you just keep doing that until your computer explodes, and then suddenly you've got magic, and you make one album and it's the last album you ever made because your computer is dead. I'm sure Bitwig has a plan for enhancing the sampler and other things. It's just that they want to monetize over time, so some features are held back. I hope they do. I really want a dedicated slicer in Bitwig. That's really like the number one thing. Other than that, everything else you can get pretty much third party. Let's see. And from FL, I really want them to fucking release their plugins for Mac native. That's what I want, because I want to buy Maximus. I want to stop using OTT and get Maximus. And then I'll make all the videos on Maximus and how great that is and why people should stop using OTT, myself included. I heard FL is bailing on VSTs completely. No. Why? That makes me sad. Rip. Maximus on drum beats. Maximus on anything. I love Harmor on Mac though, but yeah, lame. Yeah, that freaking blows, man. I guess like Maximus is so unique in that way. And what it does. I literally spent like half a day with Man from Seoul and a couple other people trying to recreate what Maximus can do. It is a multi-band envelope wave shaper. And the envelope part is that the wave shape, or the shape of the wave of the curve, happens over time. So it's not just a stagnant shape. Wow, Maximus is expensive. It is expensive, but it's fucking incredible. I just got 20 notifications from Discord. Jesus. Okay. But it is so unique in that way that it will, like, over time, it will actually follow the curve of your shape of the wave as an envelope. Nothing else does that, except for one other thing that's just as expensive and 3 times as ugly, and that's something from Melda. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to buy anything from Melda just because their user interface is hideous. Melda, cringe, shudders. No other plugin does what Maximus does on my drum beats. Beyond hideous. Like, unusable hideous. One day I'll pick up MXXX and MSF. I think it's MXXX. I'm not sure, though. Also, hi, Malt. I embraced Melda. I went to the ugly side. Their wave shaper is okay. Their oscilloscope is okay, but everything else is a hard no. It's lovely on the inside. Sorry, I'll stay shallow. So say it mildly. It's fucking hideous. It could be like, it's so ugly, it could be the villain in a horror movie. In a world of beauty
One company is out to ruin them all. Twice as powerful and 3 times as ugly. This summer, Melda will melt ya.
I wonder if they are backing off on older plugins due to the loss of Juan Antonio Arguelles, aka our guru. As such, he was driving force behind some of the stuff. I know it happened a long time back, but they offer quite a lot of customization for a VST. You mean Melda? Aesthetics are important to me as well. Big reason why I've avoided Melda. Yeah, same. It's just so freaking ugly. I use Melda Wave Folder, but you're totally right. The GUI is hideous. I hate it. I cannot stand it. It just, every time I open it, I'm like, hate the panel hell. Hey, Alice. That is Melda. That is Medla. Waves plugins look great though from a 1988 point of view. I don't know if you were here for that, Greedo, but I've also ditched Waves. I'm so done with Waves. Only plugin that's uglier is Punchy Worm. I don't know what that is, but it sounds ugly. Or I guess maybe like a SID emulator, right? Those are pretty hideous too. Windows 95, yeah, exactly. Something that looks just like a green Excel sheet. I hate Waves. Yeah. Punchy Worm MVP. Sausage Fattener. Well, Sausage Fattener at least has like an interesting looking picture. I mean, the sausage is ugly, but yeah, you told me Waves is digging their own graves. Yeah, I feel like they're going like the Behringer route. Well, they're not quite that bad. Oh, are we talking about how ugly Melda is? Yes, we're talking about how Melda is the ugly stepchild. Waves has gotten so lame. Yeah. I'm not a fan of Waves. Yeah, they're only VST I have probably. Mehringer? Oh, I got it. Waves also has some gems though. Flow Motion was my biggest purchase regret. I don't even know what that is. Waves update plan is too expensive and kind of insulting. Yeah, Bobby, that's exactly what we were talking about. So I had a couple of plugins from Waves, and I sent out a support ticket to them, and they said that my only option to get my plugins working on my M1 computer was to upgrade them. And I was like, well, just because they're not officially supported doesn't mean that you can't link me to a download to even just try it. And they're like, no, sorry, in order for us to give you the access to that, you have to actually update your plugins. And I was like, all right, well, you guys officially lost me as a customer. And I'm going to tell everybody about this because that's not right. Waves used to be a staple in studios back in early 2000s, and now they just coast on their reputation to sell plugins to people that don't know there are better options. Yeah, and they don't even update them. Like the updates that they do are like not even updates. Like you don't notice a difference. Yeah, even at $30, they're not worth it. I bought Waves plugins years and wouldn't. That costs like half as much as the plugin. It's just compatibility updates. Yeah, that's freaking stupid. Do you ever make drum and bass? I'm new here. I don't make drum and bass, but I make all the drum and bass sounds. No resizable GUI. There's no added features. I only have free ones. I make mostly IDM, Ellis. IDM and heavy. I make all the heaviness, but just not the tempo, I guess. Oh, you're new here. Let me show you something that I make. The only Waves plugin I like is Waves Tune, and that's just because Antares is $90,000. Waves is a bunch of OG 1998 plugins. Do you guys remember that shade thing that we made a while ago? What was it called? K-Rack Simple, Console, Bluebird. It might have been Morio. Real Foghorn, Screamer, Shadow Lurker, Swamp Goblin, Toot Flute. I think it was Morio. Slice EQ. No, it wasn't this, but this one's not bad. I like H-Verb, but I like Pro R more. At least your sound design and lend itself to, yeah, pretty much. That's, my sound design is very catered towards that stuff. Fuck, what was the name of that thing that we did with Shadow Lurker Generator? Void Base. A true monster. Code Talker. I might not have even saved it. Well, I'll just do the typical one now. That's pretty much memes. Impossible Doubt music? What does that even mean? Yeah, I like to make sounds like that. Nyler Tap, Oni Generator, Screaming Metal, Dinosaur, coolest lead ever, Transformer bass, Void 2 bass. This one's kind of cool. Did I just see a preset called Code Talker? Isn't that yes, it is. Do you use OpenStage control with Bitwig? I have no idea what that is. Ah, she who must be obeyed calleth off to watch a show. Okay, good luck. You mean the succubus? No, I'm just kidding. Enjoy. Transformer? Yeah, I can show you that one. No, the white. I'm totally kidding. Totally joking. Yeah, Code Talkers are from World War II. It's Lemur on steroids and the reason I switched to Bitwig? Wait, what? What? Why do I feel like there's something else that I wanted to... Actually, hold on one second. Lemur was an old modulation-based system. Oh, cool. Was this what we... Check the commands for a full list. Nope, not that one. Well, I've only got so many, so... Shh. No wave sale? No wave sale. I'm trying to remember what it was that we were doing the shade stuff in, because we made something really cool in shade with shade, but I don't remember what project that was. Hello. Yep. Yeah, are you already outside? Okay. Alright. Huh. Well, there's that. That's not what I was looking for, though. Hodgepodge exemplar of everything swag attack sack. This must be the one. I dig that pitchy snare. It's very Cohen sound. I have videos, if you are interested in that kind of stuff, on how to make drums like that. Phase plant. Phase plant. Phase plant. Oh, this has to be the one, because that's what we made the toot flute in. Likely. Cool, I'll check it. I make that kind of stuff myself, but never hurts to learn from someone else. Yes. I learned how to make drums from a couple different people. First one being Copycat. I learned some stuff from Frequent, and then DMTR taught me how to do drums. What is this? Oh, this was the other. This was the. Oh, okay. This was the example that we made for the Discord collab. It's touch control with OSC. Mo Grabber makes the scripts for Bitwig. Highly recommend to check it out. Okay, yeah. I guess it wasn't it. What was the project that we were doing that shade stuff in? Maybe Garbage Devour. Garbage Devour. Snare, phase plant. Let me drag this out. I'm going to have to hop up for 1 second here in just a minute. Actually, I'll just turn these on. I got to let my brother in the door. It's a lot of effort to find something that I'm not even going to use. Okay. Yeah, I'll be right back. Let me let my brother in the door really quick. know what? Now that I remember, I think what we actually did was we just took a preset. How do you prefer to make drums? I tend to find myself using FM like operator for drums like Serum or Simpler and PLEL, and then just shape them and fuse harmonics with saturation or something. I use Kick 2 usually.
What time did JB say?
I don't know. He wasn't here. Yeah, he wasn't here for very long.
Okay. I'm gonna marinate the steaks for like 20 minutes.
Okay.
And clean it up and then.
You want to try to finish Earthworm Jim?
Yeah.
Dope. Yeah, so yeah, I typically just use Kick 2. And or I just take any drum and then just kind of redo it. Like just take a drum sample and then process the shit out of it until it becomes something else. Courtesy of DMTR. Got to give him credit. But yeah, I was thinking that what I did was I actually just took a preset. I want to say like this one. Yeah, and then I think we just added shade to it. And I think that I have this default thing like this, and that's supposed to make it super cool now. Yeah, things of that nature. And you can kind of just replace those with pretty much anything. I never got into Punchbox because I've always preferred to make drums, and a full-featured synth faceplant kicks ass for it. So does Vital. That's rad. Thanks. Yeah, I like Kick 2 just because of how convenient it is. There's this one bass that I really liked. It's called Dementia. This is actually free on the Discord sample pack. If you guys haven't gotten it, it's available. Just go to the Discord and pick it up. I'm actually going to turn off all this other stuff though, because it's unnecessary. I just want to be able to do pitch envelopes on samples or FM the body or tails of drums and stuff. You mean of like the individual thing? It's pretty much a dynamic EQ / filter plugin. It has some of its own built-in modulation on it, even though I'm pretty salty about... I don't want to say that I regret this purchase, but I wish I would have been informed. That's why I like the stuff like Faceplant better than Kick 2 though. Yeah, because you have more actual like full individual control. But I will say that I think that like the envelope features of Kick 2 in general are pretty nice. And like how you have like multiple stages of the pitch envelope. I think that's a big feature that can be kind of cumbersome to replicate in Faceplant. But yeah, technically you can do more in Faceplant for sure. I just like the visual representation and like knowing what exactly is doing what. UVI looks comprehensive, but I haven't really don't. I mean, shade is okay, but fucking avoid Falcon at all costs. Like when it comes to Falcon, like bail, it's just not worth it to me. It's an incredibly deep synth, but the problem is that it is just so, it takes so long to do something. Yeah, the workflow is just really do I have Falcon? I do have Falcon. I don't have it installed right now, but I do have some tutorials on Falcon. Huge learning curve. You can use the LFOs in one-shot mode in Faceplant. Don't really dig the weird time scaling and the envelopes in the Kick 2. Yeah, you're not wrong. But I guess what I'm getting at is like on here, even though you can use the LFOs and stuff and like do like a multiple thing, you don't know exactly what pitch. You know what I mean? Like you can replicate this in the same way that you would as in Kick, right? Of something like this, because this is pretty much what it does if you're modulating that to the pitch. But I like that in Kick 2, like this will be like A2, F1, you know, a G0 or something, and you can actually like see what it is that you're doing with on like that. And I think that's really helpful for snares. Oh yeah, for sure. You don't know the note of each note. Right. But I do agree, like this is like way more comprehensive for sure. Like you can do way more with this. And then like you start adding in the FM considerations and stuff, then like definitely. But at the same time, there's just kind of like a convenience factor with Kick 2. Sorry, I got distracted. Actually, speaking of Faceplant LFOs, Kick 2 is nice with how it visualizes its pitch amp envelope, but the import options are kind of funky. Feels like you have to work around the format the way you want to use. To be honest, I only use it for the kick. Like I almost never even use the top end stuff. Like I just use distortion to create a top end off of it. That's one of my biggest pet peeves with Faceplant. The curve control in Faceplant is my favorite. Yeah, I think the actual LFO design of this is kind of wonky, at least compared to something like Serum or Vital. I just discovered there's an iPad version of Lemur. Do you only use wavetable synths? No. I use granular synthesis quite a bit. And also audio, I guess. Wiggles over here shooting dreams down. Actually, yeah, Glorklunk is like the king of wavetables. So I love wavetables more than I like anyone, but I can't imagine using only wavetable synthesis. Faceplant is ooh, but it's pricey to get the full kit. You can do like the $10 a month subscription thing, which you get everything for $10 a month. Yeah, Glor's tables are amazing, huge inspiration. Definitely. I second that. Data Broth also has tables. I have free tables. Actually, I focus on making generators. That's kind of my thing. I like to make patches like this. I have a problem with kick too, but I can't remember what it is. Something about the end of the kick not being lining up with the end of the box. That sounds funny. Yeah, I also consider Faceplant to be like absolutely essential to my sound design repertoire now. Thank you. Go download it. It's on the Discord collab pack. Sorry, I'm just kind of like preset shopping now. It's still on my want list. Yeah, the $10 a month thing is a really good deal though. Let me see, what other cool generators do I have? This one's kind of cool. It didn't really turn out how I thought it was going to be, but it kind of has an interesting charm to it. Yeah, me too. It's such a good like suite of tools, and the ecosystem is just second to none. There's nothing that's as good as that, in my opinion. I really think that, and that's not just because I'm affiliated with them, but I really think that Faceplant is the best synth on the market. This one's sound is so deep. Thanks. Take a look at this one. Don't they like give you back your money? Yeah, it's a rent to own. That one's kind of cool. I mean, in the long run, you do end up paying more for it if you do rent to own, but it's a good way to get it now, you know? And if you do decide to buy it, then you can use, you know, an affiliate link. Like, I have one. Who else has one? I think Venus Theory has an affiliate link for kilohearts. I think Musar has an affiliate link for kilohearts. It's technically 5-6 rent to own. Right. So you end up paying just a little bit more for it, but like having access to it is pretty sick. So Yeah, that one's really cool. I have like way too many of these. Did I miss the Ableton 11? Yeah, but this rerun will be available after I'm done streaming, just because I'm not doing any like thing that's like production related. So. Whoa. Oh, somebody asked me to make it sound like... Oh, that's a funny story behind that one. That is a fantastic summary, Glork. It's a pleasure, Glorky. Thank you. Yeah, it's like, it's cool, but to me, it's not really worth the upgrade. Long story short. This one's wide. Glork's a legend, everyone knows that. Yes, that's true. There are many, many legends in this chat right now. Super wide. This was like one of the first presets I think I made. Yeah, it's like super simple, but that's like the only thing that you ever need to make D&B. Let me see if there's anything else cool in here. I love that one because it's so easy, right? I'm a guitarist, so the comping will be neat, I suppose. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I titled that one War Machine because it sounded like some kind of mech was being assembled. Oh, this one was actually pretty cool. It does not have a granular engine, but you can technically get granular stuff out of it. Like a delay is technically granular, depending on who you talk to. So you also have stuff like the pitch shifter, and then you can also like abuse the hell out of a sampler, but it's not a true granular synth. So yes and no. But I can say that abusing the hell out of delays has been a hell of a fun thing lately. Glurk, were you in Wolk's chat? If you're still here, were you in Wolk's chat when? Oh, hi. Yeah. When he was showing everybody how to do like the metallic stuff with the delay and with the reverb and the distortion with the sine wave. I want to say that you were there with me, but yeah, delays are crazy powerful. They can do some really sick shit. That's kind of how that dementia one came to be. No, it was on Twitch. But yeah, all that crazy like monster sounds that you're getting from that is a combination of filtering and delays, like really short delays. And so I kind of took that idea and was like, okay, well, what else can I do with it? And there's some really cool things that you can do just by having like a combination of really short delays in that way, and then kind of having them, yikes, and then kind of having them interact with each other in that way. And that's how you get that like type sound. Like that shit. Yeah, I love those fucking sounds. Wait, just something like super low delay time and high feedback, or was there more to it? Well, like just the way the delay works in general, right? Because what it does is it basically samples the source and it repeats it. So in essence, yeah, like if you repeat it at such a short length, then it will play a really small piece of that sample in rapid succession, right? So stacking lots of delays at different times. Right, exactly. And then, processing that through distortion and filtering and stuff and such. But the delay times are all really short. So like having that short time, because if you change the delay time, then it will make it sound like it's pitching. And that's not really what you want to do. So you kind of want it to, I guess there is a little bit more to it. But it's worth it. But yeah, in essence, like it's still just stacking delays. And I guess this one has just a touch. Pretend like you didn't see that. But yeah, I mean, even still, like if you just took a sine wave with distortion and had a couple delays, like you would still get some interesting tonalities. Like I tend to be excessive with my sound design just because I can be. Because why not? Like if you have the ability to, like why not? Why not go as far as you can? That's kind of what my last video was about with the multipassception thing, right? Like if you can do multipass and do like hyper frequency splitting or whatever, like why not take advantage of it? Because before, like that was never even like close to being possible. Like even if there was a piece of software that could do it, like your computer couldn't handle it. But the ecosystem of Faceplant, I think, is pretty liberal. You can get away with making a pretty big patch in Faceplant before your CPU starts tanking hard. Like for this particular patch on its own, with no external effects, I mean, the only way to really judge is by this meter, but but it's a pretty big patch, so there's probably at least 30 effects on here. There's definitely there's way past 30 effects on here. So probably closer to 40 something. I think there's also something to be said about making the most complex result you can with simple techniques too. But if you can add more than that, yeah, definitely. And that's kind of part of it, right? So the way that I do sound design is like I overdo it, and then I start taking things away to see what I can pull and keep as like the essence of the sound, right? Because you really don't, I'm sure that I really don't need all this crap that's on here, but it does allow me to start figuring out what does what and what character brings out something. Or if I take something away, then I'll understand that there's a relationship between, you know what I mean, between these effects. So it's kind of like a process of elimination type thing. But as opposed to like trying to make the right decision of what to add next and be like, well, what can I do now? Well, what can I do now? Which I do think about that sometimes. If I'm trying to explore sound design in that way, like just toss on a bunch of stuff and randomize it and like start seeing how they interact with each other in that way. Yeah, they are pretty light on CPU. I mean, Faceplant in its own right is kind of heavy. I mean, and I do have a pretty decent computer, but the snap-ins are pretty light in comparison. I say like once you get into like stacking, like heavy, yawn attack. Once you get into like heavy unison and stuff, that's when like your CPU will really start to, polylanes are especially heavy. Overdo or overdo not. There is no overtry. Credo's big on the puns today. Wise words. I hope that your brain is as sharp as your tongue. It's awesome how much sound design has opened up in the past 5 to 10 years. Yeah. And not just that, but like the willingness of people to open up to spreading information. Because before, like all this stuff that we've all shared in between our community has been so sealed. You know, like you used to not talk about production in that way with people. And I still think that people are, you know, still keeping some secrets and stuff, but the amount of information that has been let out these days, I used to be so skept on sharing technique. Right, yeah. Because people were like, you know, because people would take them and, you know, whatever, but I don't know. At this point, it's just kind of like, yeah, it is. It really is better. Especially if you want to get better. You know, if you're chilling on like one technique or like one, I usually don't like to say technique or whatever, but that's fine. But if you're like chilling on like one trick or something, right? And you want to get better, but you're the only person that knows it, like that's a big burden to carry. Whereas like if you give it to, you know, if you give it out and people start talking about it and like they start sharing and improving upon it, then everybody learns something together. Your sound design does not equal like your artistry, I guess. And I think that we're kind of to the point to where like we're figuring out that even if you try to copy someone's patch exactly, like you still won't sound like them just because, I don't know, just because of its things. Like watch my streams, it takes time to make those presets, and that's why I charge for them. Learning the trick isn't all of it. It's memorizing and knowing when and how to use it. Exactly. And that's why I felt comfortable with opening up memberships too, you know, was because like producing, like that's sacred to me. That's not just something that I'm just like, okay, you know, whatever. Teaching it and contextualizing and understanding like are all a bunch of different things, but you know, that's why there is that little bit of extra. I think it's funny how a lot of hip-hop producers still try to be secretive about what plugins they use. Like, listen, man, we all know about RC20 and Waves Factory cassette. Man, I have seen I have had some like hip hop and trap producers come in my stream and be like, bro, do you know about this plugin? It's like super secret. And I'm like, I think somebody came in and asked me about isotope vinyl one time. And then I just kind of was like, yeah, let me show you a better one. Here's Good Hurts. Check this one out. Actually, like, I think that's a common thing with Vital, you know? Like, even now, like, people still come into the stream and they're like, yo, bro, do you know about Vital? Hey, have you what you know about that Vital? Oh, you mean the one that everyone and their dog has done a review on? Yeah, we know about it. You mean the one that Data Broth has presets on? Yeah, we know about it. And Glorklunk? It's pretty funny. Stems from the days where hip-hop DJs covered a word, keep the record secret exclusive. The sync. I may have heard a thing or two. I mean, thank you for taking me into your confidence by telling me about the most hyped plugin of the last 6 months. Thank you so much for gracing me of a regurgitation of common knowledge. I appreciate the fortification that you're trying to instill within my brain of making sure that something that is widely known is definitely known. Have you heard of the holy Amen break? Yeah, dog, I heard about that. I heard that you have to be blessed by a friar in order to be able to, you know what I mean, get access to it, dog. Hey, Proto, how are you? Meanwhile, I'm sure that you've got, like, what's really hype that no one is talking about was Duda's sick review of Vital on Mr. Bill's podcast. But what if I told you we've already talked about it? Oh, so you know the Fellowship of the Amen as well. I think I did. Yeah. Now I'm thinking of like some kind of wrestler that's like a rabbi or something. And like he's a wrestler and his famous like, or like his special move is the Amen break where he like breaks your back over his knee or something. What did you talk about that? We did. I don't think that we talked about it today, but we did discuss it of like how Duda was just so chill of Vital. And then he was kind of alluding to what he was doing with Serum 2. But yeah, Steve was like so passive on the subject, and like it was really interesting too because a lot of people were like, yeah man, Steve Duda XYZ, and then he came out and said that and everybody was like, damn, Steve's really fucking cool. Which, you know, I don't know the guy personally, but like Steve has done a lot for the community. Yeah, Greedo and I had talked about this. Steve has done a lot for the community. He also did call it a Serum clone on his own server, LOL. But it in some ways, like it almost, it's not quite. But to say that they're not strikingly similar, you know, I think is fair. Jump off the turnbuckle and flash some wings like a visual delay effect with the aim and break plays. Yeah, very interesting. Steve is an amazing dude. I mean, like I said, you know, he's done a lot for the community, so he said it's more of a mix of Serum and Phase Plant. I don't know. It's, you know, it's all, I think that he handled it well. I don't see much of Phase Plant and Vital, but haven't used Vital much. I don't either. I don't really see that connection personally, but I don't hear enough about actually Moodle, Dumpster Fire, and Transmutator. Those were talked about for a little bit on a video, or maybe it was in our server. Actually, it might have been Good Noon. it wasn't either Glitch Cool's server or it was my server, but you basically like have the option to quote unquote like pirate it, where they'll actually give it to you for free, even though like it's heavily shamed upon, which is slightly hilarious, but also kind of respectable. But yeah, Dumpster Fire's sick. I only see it in the audio rate mod and Vital. Maybe he was talking about the randomizers, because I think that was actually like a sleeper hit of Faceplant, were those modulators. They're super chill about their licensing. They want you to at least make a donation. Yeah. Like all the stuff in Faceplant you can audio rate modded is audio rate moddable in Vital. Right. Yeah, I that's the only other parallel that I can see though, is just the random mods. Yeah, but the other thing too is that like Vital's effects are really freaking good. Like the chorus on Vital is freaking amazing, and the reverb is pretty damn good too. I think modulation system looks similar to Faceplant is the thing. Yeah. I mean the layout's different, but I don't know. I'm kind of curious like what the next big thing is going to be. That's true too. Yeah, with the keyframing. No MIDI learn though. Do you think that Vital is worth it for beginners? Absolutely. Well, it's free. Or it can be free. I would say support the dev, but you know, if you don't have any money, like go download it. Like it's free. Why would you not? It's free, bruh. Worth $0? Worth more than that. Yeah, I think so too. That pricing model is like the Fortnite pricing model is so chill. That's a lot of notifications. Good Lord. I know, I just didn't know if it was actually really good, if that makes sense. Oh my god, I've never heard someone refer to it like that. Wait, did I say something? I don't remember. I don't remember what I just said. I got distracted. I think the next big thing is going to be some artificial intelligence stuff. Oh, Fortnite pricing model? Oh, that's what Matt described it as. I didn't make that up. On Mr. Bill's podcast with Matt, Fortnite type beat. Yeah, he described it as the Fortnite pricing model. Yeah, that's not my thing. Or somebody on that broadcast did. I didn't know that. Yeah, but it's true though, right? It is a Fortnite pricing model. And I hope that it's paid off. I think the next big thing is going to be some big artificial intelligence stuff, but in strange new ways. I'm down. I need to listen to it. You're right. But yeah, to answer the question, it's definitely worth it. You definitely should. Especially if you're like new to sound design. Do you know if you can post preset packs for free, or only the devs can do that? Yes, you can. And there's a ton of them out there as well. I would suggest that you join the Vital Discord server, because I think that there's a bunch of preset submissions there. And then like some people in here actually have factory content. Data Broth and Glork actually have factory presets from the synth here. And they're pretty good. Learn how to use Live from Mr. Bill and Tom Cosm. Love those guys. In 2019, Fortnite brought in revenues of $1.8 billion. Just Googled. Looks like a good pricing model. Serum 2.0. I have more presets on the way. I should be making more. Oh, cool. I don't know why I haven't joined yet. Hey, what's going on here? I heard Alckemy joined Ableton cold. Hello, JK. Yeah, I did for like 20 minutes, and then I got tired and went home. I had too many problems with Toblerone. Nah, Ableton is great. It's great. I just can't justify the upgrade.
It's not enough. I need more.
Trader, is FL Studio worth it? Yeah, every DAW is worth it. I think Bitwig's cool too. Heh. Yeah, yeah. It might not be as cool as Ableton or whatever, but it does. You can group inside groups now. That was a big thing for Ableton 10. Sorry I'm bombarding you with a lot of questions. That's okay. Is it worth it? Let me work it. I put my thing down, flip it, and reverse it. I came to appreciate modern DAWs a lot more after getting into the Adobe nightmare. Dude, fuck Adobe. MIDI 2.0 is going to lead into some interesting synth innovations, I think. I don't know. People said that about MPE, and I have yet to see something that's like groundbreaking for MPE. You know. Yeah, definitely grab FL if you're into it. I would say do your research. It's not as crazy, but I kind of dig the Odin synth that was released recently. The routing oscillator system is kind of neat. That's free too, isn't it, Sonic? MIDI 2.0 sounds underwhelming a little. Hope I'm wrong though. Yeah. I think like MIDI is just kind of like running into this rut where they're trying to bridge the gap between like electronic input or virtual input and like getting a real instrument. And I do think that this is a great step into reaching that, but it's not going to be what people are hoping for. Semo. Demo. Hey, yo, dog. Semo, the demo. Semo. I have yet to make a song that sounds like that. Get out of my head halftime. OSC is? What? That bass though. Simo. The demo. Dude, let's make some halftime. Bro, I'm so fucking trash at halftime. I can make all the sounds for it, and I'll just give it to you and let somebody else do it. But I cannot make halftime. I can't do it. Polyphonic aftertouch goes a long way towards making synths more expressive. I don't find myself wishing for more very often. What we need next is full high bitrate sample rate modulation between plugins. Is it weird that I started making music on GarageBand iOS over the summer and now I'm hooked? No, that's probably how a lot of people got started. OSC is what MIDI 2 promises for some. I don't know what OSC is. That's a valid collab approach, IMO. That's kind of rude though, you know? Oh, I want you to make a tune, but only use my sounds. Like that's kind of, I feel like that's really fucking snotty. Just pure modular, everything. Yes, everything modular. Will you make phase plant patches on live? Wait, do I make phase plant patches in Ableton or do I make phase plant patches on stream? Yes, I do. Both. All the things. It's more like a challenge. Yeah, I guess if it's in the right mindset, but calling it a collab, you know, is just kind of, I don't know. I wouldn't sit well with that. MIDI 2 seems like a good thing because I like to write with mudpies in 128 different spots and sample is not enough at all. That makes sense, Glork. On live stream, yeah, I make phase plant patches almost every day on live stream. Reminds me of Acer back in the day. Back in the day. Hey, come on over here. Let me tell you a story about back in the day when MPE never existed. We had this thing called a MIDI keyboard. And it could play one note at a time. And from there, we made a hardware synthesizer called a Moog. No, I'm not talking about your grandmother, even though she likes to be played. Let's just pretend like that never happened. Hey. Reminds me of Hey Arnold's grandpa. He's more like city-like, though. He's not really country. Jack, why? Dude, thank you. Why did you do that? Why? Why, Jack? No, that was really unnecessary. But thank you. Hey. That noise should go off any second now. If it doesn't, I'm going to punch Streamlabs. I think that's really what you meant. What you donated for. I just like supporting. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I like to reciprocate. Did that make a sound? Or did that just pop up? Because sometimes that thing doesn't make a sound. No sound? Fucking hell. Let's try that again. There we go. Jack, thank you. Thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate everyone's perspective. That's honestly, like, I don't know if you guys have noticed or not, but a lot of the past streams, I've actually not been doing anything but just chatting. I'm surprised that you guys aren't bored. But literally, like, I haven't really been doing shit but just hanging out with you guys and talking the past few streams. And I appreciate that because that's really fun and insightful. And I like doing those kinds of things. I definitely want to get everybody back on the podcast game. It's really cool. Oh, it was nice. Yeah, I mean, as long as, like, we're talking about something that's engaging and interesting, you know? Even mine. I really need to change that. We have, like, 1,400 members now on Streamlabs. It's cool to chat with people into the same stuff. Yeah, exactly. And not just that, but, like, it's a great learning experience, you know? Like, I like sometimes when people just ask me questions and then we do, like, sound design shit or whatever. Sometimes on Fridays I like to just produce. Yesterday I played games. No, I haven't yet. We did talk about that though, and that's in the works, but until I have some music to release, like that's not a thing yet. But I'm not changing Alckemy. I'm just separating yeah, I'm not changing Alckemy. I'm just separating myself from music and tutorials. But the reason why I changed my name so early was because I went and grabbed that SoundCloud handle so that way I could, you know, get on that and try to copyright it.
Hello. Welcome to the Alckemy Show. My name is Alckemy. Enjoy your stay. Oh, sorry. Hello. Welcome to the Alckemy Show.
Glurk, are you still here? How is Wolg? I haven't heard or seen from him in a really long time. Is he okay? It's always best when you're able to grab a moniker on all platforms, but COVID. Yeah, COVID's rough. Wait, did I miss something? Oh, I'm mad because I was going to get a gig at my school for sound engineering plays and shit, but COVID. Well, you know, like it'll come. You know, if you, I think COVID for artists is a great time to cultivate. He's doing all right, working on some cool electronics last time I talked to him. Good. Yeah. As long as he's okay, that's all I really care about. Have you played any bands, live performances? Technically, I've done many live performances, but none of them were music based. I used to be a circus performer, and so I did flips on stage. But I've never played instruments or done like a show thing. Bro, I can't perform. I have literal social anxiety. Well, you just have to pretend like the social aspect isn't there. I don't know why, but he talked about taking a break from Twitch in the fall. Whoa, but I heard he's coming back. So, yeah, a lot of people, I think actually Glork was one of those people, but a lot of people took over the Saturday feedback for him, which I thought was really cool in his stead. Or on his behalf, rather. But yeah, I think like performances and DJing and all that stuff is just a whole different beast. And I don't know what that feels like, because like performing with like flipping and stuff is such a different feel from me playing music. I always felt like performing felt kind of disconnected from any social anxiety for me. You'll be fine, bro. Yeah. Yeah. I think that like you have to embrace a world that is pretty much just relevant to the stage at first, and then once you develop like your own sense of presence, then you can extend that outward, but it has to come from within. But if you're worried about like going from outward to in, like performing well, then I think that's like the source of the anxiety, if that makes sense. But the other thing too is like I am such a creature of mistake that I don't think that I will ever be like a music performer or anything, just because I have a tendency just to fuck up a lot. Like even on stage, whenever I was doing flips and stuff, like I didn't fall, but I fucked up a lot. But I found out a way to play it off. But with music, I don't think that I'm that suave. At least not yet. That's a long time of cultivation to be able to figure that out. Going deep. Well, that's kind of what it is, right? Is like really just understanding like yourself and your relationship with your environment to which you are, projecting, because that's really what performance is, right? Is projecting something. Dude, nobody notices when you mess up live with music. I guess it depends. Like if you're at a big festival or something, maybe if everybody's on shrooms and whatever, then they're like, bro, it's part of the experience. It was so good, But I mean, other than that, like it can be a little bit more risky with DJing if you fuck up the beat. The notion that fucking up on stage is a huge deal, kind of a lie. It depends. It depends, Reese. Like it depends on the fuck up. So, okay. So let me tell you a story. Hold on. Story time. Okay. So in Marvel Universe Live, you don't just play one character. You are you have to play like a bunch of different characters, including the main characters. So I was a Chitauri warrior. I was also the soldier. I can't remember what are the Chinese soldier army called? Oh my gosh. What is the name of that ancient Chinese army? I can't remember the name. Well, anyways, the stone soldiers. So I was dressed up as one, and there's the scene with, no, not samurai, Chinese, not Japanese. I think I have it on film somewhere. Shaolin, no. Terracotta. There, thank you. So yeah, so you're a terracotta warrior, and like it's the opening scene of Kunlun. And if I'm not playing Iron Fist, then I am a terracotta warrior and I have a spear. And so this one time, there's this scene when you're at Kunlun where like a dragon comes and it like wakes the soldiers up, and oh man, I'm like getting chills just remembering it because it was so fucking cool. But my bosses were watching, and it was during like 5,000 people. Like still, this is probably why I'm not there anymore. But I woke up, did all that stuff, and I was doing the form or whatever, and I had a spear, and I accidentally fucking threw the spear like really close to the audience. But instead of just playing it off and pantomiming, I freaked out. Like I had a panic mode, so I started looking for the spear, and like ended up making that whole scene look like a fucking joke. So I hopped over the stage, and then like I couldn't see because the mask was so small anyways that like I had like no depth perception. So I hopped over and grabbed the spear and then hopped back in, and they were like, dude, like if you throw the spear, just fucking pretend like you don't have it. And I was like, yeah, sorry. But anyways, I fucking threw a spear like in the midst of 5,000 people. And yeah, like I said, I'm a creature of error. So, yeah, people notice those things. They definitely notice those things. Was it hilarious? Absolutely. But people will see if you make mistakes, but if you do music mistakes, like I said, it depends on the mistake, and it depends on how well you can play it off. Yeah, that was embarrassing. I can't believe I forgot about that moment, but likewise, there were other times where I would make a mistake and like it would be so well played off that it would just be fine,
You ready to eat?
Yeah. visual mistakes come across the audience as much stronger than audible ones. I don't know. Maybe. I really don't know. I can't say. I've never performed for audio. It's always been for like live visual stuff. I got to go finish homework, but it was nice talking to you. Have a good one. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to take off soon too. My brother just finished dinner. Does anybody have any final thoughts before I take off? I had a really good time today. Thank you all so much for joining me. Wiggles is like, I'm out. Bye. Been a cool stream. Yeah, I had a great time. Thank you all for joining me on today's endeavor of seeing if Live 11 was worth the upgrade or not. And let me know. Like, I'm actually curious too. Like, let me know what you guys think. Okay, if you F up the beat sync is one thing, but throwing spears at the crowd is another level of fucked up. Yeah, exactly. Yep, I'm out. Cheers, guys. All right. Well, I guess we'll pick this up next time I stream. So, appreciate the chatting, man. Great meeting someone else connected to the tricking world in addition to the audio. Yeah, dude, hit me up sometime on Discord. Great stream. Take care, folks. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I will see you all, if not tomorrow, then Wednesday. Good night, everybody.